Yeah. I'm late. I know. I'm aware. Thank you. Fully aware. Yeah. Been doing some, what do you call it? It's rentier shenanigans, you know? I'm a renter. I don't own the place that I live at. I've been engaging with, let's say the negative aspects of that, housing decision. Well, not really a decision, right? No one, it's not like in this economy, especially in Seattle. People are like, oh, well, you know, I could buy a house, but I'll just rent. Rentoid? Yeah, I can't deny it. Yes, sirree, Bob. Did you forget to tip your landlord? I never forget. Every month, 15%. On a good month, 20. That's where all your tips go. Sorry, just out of the shower. Didn't actually apply any hairspray. We'll see how that goes. I think they're about to bomb where I'm from. Make sure to get a tier 4 sub before you go. How are we doing?
Early voting has finished for the Democratic mayoral primary, and in-person voting is tomorrow.
Yes, now a new poll running the likely numbers for who could come out on top shows a possible upset. Pix 11's Kirsten Nicole here with a closer look at those details. Good morning, Kirsten.
It's not over until it's over, and we're at an interesting point right now, right? We're between the early voting, we're between primary day. Andrew Cuomo's support has stayed steady over the past month. Starts out with the most votes, but as we all know, ranked choice voting is in play here. And as we go through the simulation and rounds of voting, a different victor emerges. Take a look at how this is predicted to play out in the last major poll before primary day from Emerson College, Pix 11 and The Hill. Andrew Cuomo with first round of voting, maintaining his lead with 36%. MAMDANI pulling a very close second at 34%, and Brad Lander rounding out the top three with 13%. Let's take a look at the rest of the candidates. Adrian Adams pulls 8%,
get to the
Scott
point.
Stringer with 3%, Zellner Myrie with 2%. Now, this doesn't take into account the 4% of undecided voters, and there's a margin of error of 3.4%. Now, as the simulation plays out, Cuomo keeps that lead until the 8th and final round, when Lander is eliminated and the majority of those second choice ballots flow to MAMDANI, pushing him into the winner's position.
By a not insignificant amount, either. The most recent poll of 4 at the final round, 4 points to MAMDANI, which is not insignificant, and also I believe not within the margin of error for this poll. Not that that guarantees it. Why is Lander's photo grayed out? He's dead. Rip Lander. Goodbye.
52% to Cuomo's 48%. It is a stunning rise for the 33-year-old assembly member from Queens, who was taking 1% of the vote when we first saw the polls in this race 5 months ago. The number of undecided voters has steadily declined. It's currently sitting at 4%. And these are tight margins between the candidates, also of 4%. Now, along the way, MAMDANI has secured key endorsements from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Sam Cedar made a great point regarding high temps depressing older voter turnout tomorrow who skew Cuomo. Yeah, actually, really good news. God favoring us with his mandate. Early voting has surged in Brooklyn and Manhattan, which are MAMDANI strongholds, but it's lagged in the Bronx and Staten Island, which have relatively, a little older population, more conservative, and it's gonna be like 1,000,000 degrees tomorrow in New York City. Ain't that sweet? Yeah, I think the old people should try. I think they should stumble out into the heat. Look at that, man. Citywide early voting tracker. In early voting, the highest I believe highest proportional voting group is like 18 to 44. For the first time ever, MAMDANI has actually made young people the most active voting group. Isn't that crazy? It seems like he's not only energizing young voters, he's actually creating more of them. Dude, if he doesn't win, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. It's crazy what you can get when you believe in things. Yeah, the DNC looking at this and they're like, and unironically, by the way, damn, look at how MAMDANI energizes young male voters. If only we could get that from a candidate who also does whatever we say, is 80 years old, and worships AIPAC. Sorry, man. It turns out those are all disqualifiers. Like, that's not even a joke. Like, you know they're having those convos. They're like, how do we win back this, like, demographic without changing in any way? Did you see he got, like, an ad, basically, from Subway Takes?
So what's your take?
I should be the mayor.
I don't know, man. Well, I'm getting all these pieces of mail. Hold on here. They keep sending me mail that says that you shouldn't be the mayor.
What are these guys saying?
Okay, let me see. This one says, support higher taxes and more fees on New Yorkers. I don't want to pay more taxes.
Do you make $1 million or more a year?
100% disagree.
So then your taxes are not going up. The only taxes that we are proposing are on the 1% of New Yorkers who make $1 million or more a year.
What are you going to do about the price of matcha lattes?
100% not sure.
I mean, they're $9. Dude.
I only want to make promises.
You can win this campaign easily if you lower the cost of matcha lattes.
I can only make the promises I can keep.
This says.
Why are they speaking into credit cards? You're lucky you're talking in the stream of a Seattleite slash Angelino. Because if I was a New Yorker, I would roast you. I would bacon, egg, and cheese you right now. You understand? So MTA cards.
NYC can't risk a mayor who supports defunding the police.
Well, no matter how many pieces of literature you get sent, I'm not defunding the police. I'm actually working with the police to create public safety by ensuring they can do their jobs, focus on serious crimes, and creating a Department of Community Safety that'll focus on mental health, homelessness.
So technically,
POV, you don't know what the fuck is a subway. You can't make fun of Americans for not knowing what subways are. Like unironic. You're literally like if there was a guy fucking tuning in from Uganda, he has a chicken running on like in a hamster wheel to power his computer, and you're like, dude, you've never had fucking boba tea. Like you're a piece of shit. Okay.
the police force will stay the same.
Yeah,
but there will be more people doing other stuff.
And we're saying that no longer do police officers have to do the jobs of mental health professionals and social workers, and instead they can focus on shootings and murders and serious crimes in the city.
What the police should do. That makes a lot of sense. You don't see me doing other jobs on the subway. This is my job. This is all I do.
Do the job that you signed up
I'm not driving the damn train.
No, you're not.
All right, this says that you have a radical plan to put homeless in the subway system.
This is just 3 for 3 a lie that you're getting in your literature. Let's look at the little print of who's actually paying for this. This is being paid for by Michael Bloomberg.
He's so good.
By DoorDash and by Bill Ackman. Bill Ackman is a Trump-supporting billionaire.
What the hell is DoorDash doing funding an election? It makes no sense.
And then finally, Michael Bloomberg dropped $8.3 million on Andrew Cuomo's super PAC. That's the same amount of money we raised for more than 20,000 people. That's the kind of mismatch here between ordinary people and billionaires.
Should have used the $8 million to subsidize machos. I mean, seriously, it's a good idea. People would stay in New York. Who does end up leaving the city?
Working in middle-class New Yorkers. It doesn't have to be this way, but these guys...
It is insane that people still talk about capital flight, wealthy people leaving New York City, in an era where major coastal cities are actually experiencing population decline because no one can afford to live there anymore. You can literally look at like the house redistribution chart for like 2030, where California is going to lose like 5 seats or whatever. And it's like, and people in that environment, people are still like, no, dude, if you raise taxes from their historically low levels, like the city will be destroyed. Los Angeles could never survive without a bunch of like driftless wannabe actor trust fund kids who all inexplicably have like high 6-figure salaries. There's no way. It's fucking insane, dude.
Would rather lie to you every single day rather than admit the fact that the policies they have pursued for so long have left us with the city that we actually have today.
At least they spelled her name right.
Look, if you are a New Yorker who hasn't voted yet, remember, you can early vote until Sunday. Election day is on Tuesday. This is an election between billionaires and corporations who want to buy this democracy, or the working and middle-class New Yorkers who are being priced out of it.
Let's try something new.
He's so fucking good. He's so good, dude. He's so good. It's crazy how good he is. Meanwhile, the DNC is bringing in the big sex pest guns. Oh yeah, I saw this. Cuomo enlists Bill Clinton as part of late-stage bid to fend off MAMDANI. Incredible. You guys do not hate the Democrats enough You should hate them more than Republicans. Republicans are like animals. You can't really, I mean, whatever. Wolves eat chickens. You should hate the Democrats, like the Democratic establishment. You should despise them. I do? Good. Do it more. David Hogg wasn't going far enough. No, he was not. Maybe it's a good thing David Hogg got ousted, because now, rather than being like an ineffective and disappointing DNC vice chair, he can be like the guy who got martyred for standing up to the DNC. And he can, for years onward, like motivate more people to behave that way. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like how JFK is only remembered as much as he is because he got assassinated. Maybe he got kicked out at the right time. Could he try to create a new party? If I see that question one more fucking time in chat, I swear to God, I can't keep answering the same question. I can't keep answering third-party questions same time over and over. It's a first-past-the-post voting system. You're fighting against mathematical inevitability, okay? The only reason the Whig Party was able to exist is because that was back when the president was decided by like 6 votes collected in the satchel of a guy who ran on horseback from Vermont to DC. Nothing worked. Nothing. It wasn't real back then. Nothing was real. Okay. There were like 10 people who could vote across the country, and it was like they would write like an essay, and the final few sentences of which would describe their voting preference, and then people would bring that and read that out loud in front of the fucking Congress floor, and then they would certify the votes. Or something like that, I assume. It wasn't real. Does MAMDANI know what intifada is? Globalizing it would bring suicide bombs and October 7th style attacks in New York. I really do appreciate how, like, MAMDANI is so spotless that the best they have is, did you know he's brown? I feel like it's 2008 all over again, man. Except instead of Obama, we have a good candidate.
Early voting is wrapping up this Orhan MAMDANI. We are back with resigned in disgrace. Andrew Cuomo has now found himself so soon leading in the mayor's race. How does that happen?
It happens because there are so few other options for New Yorkers to turn to, and that's the problem that they have in this race. And so you have this governor, Andrew Cuomo, leading despite all of the baggage. It was not only being driven out of office because of multiple sexual harassment charges, which he denies. It was also his handling of COVID patients, and particularly sending them to nursing homes where a lot of elderly people lost their lives subsequently. So he brings a lot of baggage into that, and yet New Yorkers seem to be willing to forgive all that because his main rival is a 33-year-old state assemblyman from Queens named Orhan MAMDANI.
Well, the actual reason is name recognition, and also people are dumping tens of millions of dollars into a super PAC that's spending money on his behalf. They're being blanketed. Their airwaves are being blanketed with anti-MAMDANI propaganda. It's not really again just a good disqualifier. If you ever hear any election coverage where there's a massive imbalance in campaign financing and they don't talk about it, these people are hacks. Like, they would kill you and rape your mother if they got a buck from it. They hate you. Any reasonably competent journalist, like not a 5-year-old basically, would mention the funding difference immediately. But to suggest that it's some kind of like ideological, like, oh, well, no. The reason Cuomo has a shot is because people are so disgusted by MAMDANI, his lack of experience, when MAMDANI is objectively the one who was energized. It's disgusting. It's propaganda, and I hate these people.
And basically, Orhan MAMDANI is all about raising taxes on the rich and redistributing wealth. And he wants free child care and free bus fares.
That's terrible.
And he wants to raise the minimum wage to $30 an hour, Paul, from the current $16.50. And
forget about those bodegas.
So what you have here is a really far left, a democratic socialist, as he identifies. He's got the endorsements of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders. He's exactly that type of progressive elite.
These guys will pretend like fucking bodegas are going out of business because of high wage costs, when in reality it's massive rent costs that they push for. Like, those bodegas don't own the land they operate on. They rent it, and those rent costs are skyrocketing because lunatics like this. Progressive elite? Oh, I missed that. Yeah, sorry. It's the Wall Street Journal. These people are extremely evil.
I think that has gotten the Democrats into trouble by trying to placate, cost them a lot of working class voters. But that sort of thing plays in New York City. So he's having a surge here.
Cost a lot of working class voters. Nothing alienates working class voters quite like Bernie Sanders style progressive pro-worker rhetoric. Evil, evil people, evil. And they never ever believe that they believe a single thing they say. They know what their lines are, okay?
Although I do think that Cuomo will probably pull it out.
But that Mamdani, the things that Mamdani is proposing, are those the reasons that he is popular, Kyle? I mean, he's focusing very much on rents and the cost of living. It's an expensive city.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes him popular among some voters, very progressive voters, maybe a young segment of voters in New York City. But a lot of this stuff, he, I think, doesn't have a real sense of how it's going to be paid for. I don't believe his views that if he raises taxes just a little bit more.
He's explained. He's done the math.
In New York City, people will not be fleeing to Florida any more than they...
You have to learn to recognize, these are all like such tired tropes, you know? Haha, you want higher wages for the working class? The working class hates that. Also, say goodbye to small business, a group that has been affected overwhelmingly by big box stores and not, like, you know, wage hikes. There's been no evidence to indicate that increasing the minimum wage, like, cripples small business. Walmart does. Small business does disproportionately well in New York City, in large part because you can't find a big box store in the middle of Manhattan. Like, go find small business in small town America. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that. Maybe there are some dilapidated roadside diners that still exist because they can get away with paying like nothing in rent, or they bought the land back in like 1898 or something. But overwhelmingly, Walmart and Target and what have you have gutted these places out. You walk around New York City, lots of vibrant small business.
Already are, which has been a real problem for the city and the state of New York broadly in recent years. I mean, to add to those proposals, he wants free child care provided by the city, I think starting at the age of 6 weeks. He wants the city to open and run its own grocery stores, and he says that because they won't have to pay property taxes, they can have lower prices, they can pass those savings on to consumers. And I think that
the grocery store thing is probably not going to work. I feel like I've read a lot of convincing arguments that is not likely to do much of anything. But Mamdani was interviewed where he was asked, like, well, what are you going to do if this doesn't work? And he was like, oh, then, you know, we tried it and we're going to shut it down. And I really respect that. So many people hardline their positions where they're like, no, this is the thing and it will work no matter what. But yeah, like, what's the point of being the mayor of New York City if you can't, like, the governing is really complicated. No one ever in all of human history has ever just had like the blueprint of how to do everything perfectly. If something doesn't work, okay, you tried it, you know, cut your losses, minimize the harm. Sure. Better than like committing for political purposes and doing more damage than you would have done if you had just like dropped off, you know?
I agree with Jason. I think that explains this rallying to Andrew Cuomo by anybody who has ever taken an economics class or...
socialist doesn't understand basic economics. Anyway, yeah, New York City will continue to run just fine with skyrocketing rent, the middle class and lower class getting hollowed out. And, you know, we should probably get rid of congestion pricing while we're at it. I know lots about econ, by which I mean I know how to borrow money so I can leverage that money to borrow more money.
You know, read a newspaper and realizes that there are second order effects when you start meddling around in the private economy in that way.
Explain them. Explain them. Oh, sure, second order effects. Please explain them. Explain how subsidized programs like the kinds they have over in Western Europe would just destroy the economy. Could you explain that to me? We have countries that do this. Can you explain this to me? I would love it if you could explain this to me. Could you explain this to me?
But Kim, the wild card here is something called ranked choice voting, which they have.
You know how there's a common perception amidst people on the left that economists are all right wing? In reality, economists are pretty left wing. The problem is people like this fucking retard right here on the left. Well, they're both retards, but you know who I mean. On the left, these people aren't economists. They are the economics version of what Elon Musk is to science. You might call them like scientismists or maybe economism. I don't know what like a proper term would be, but their job is not to understand the economy. Their job is to weaponize it as a magical spiritual force that they can use to dismiss your arguments. It's not about how the economy works. It's about how they can use it as a it's the unseen hand of the free market argument, basically winning your arguments for you, you know? Nice shirt. It's a sweatshirt, but thank you. You know, the nice shirt compliments really lose their edge when you just say it every time I go live. This has been happening for about a year now. But I know when I'm wearing a nice shirt. That being said, it is a nice sweatshirt. Thank you. It's the Todd Snyder Champion Collection, you fucking pleb. And it's very comfortable.
Choice voting, which they have in the New York City primary, not in the general, but in the primary, and that means you rank your candidates 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then if nobody gets above 50% in any round, the next choices go the fifth choice goes to the next person they picked on the ballot, and so on until somebody gets more than 50%, and that's, I think, where the concern is that Cuomo could lose.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the big unknown, Paul, especially when you have 11 people in this race and everybody's doing all their ranking. And so it counts very much who people are putting as their second choice, who people are putting as their third choice, who's getting eliminated.
Yeah,
One thing that's really interesting to me is that the candidates in this race have not try to game that system as much as you have seen in other races that use ranked choice, where they ally with each other and essentially try to fix the ballot.
That's not fixing the ballot, and actually it has happened. Brad Lander and MAMDANI cross-endorsing each other being an example. But that's also not gaming the system. For one, that's not gaming the system. That's how it works. And for two, that has happened. You just don't want to mention it because it's happened in favor of MAMDANI. You don't want to repeat the fact that Brad Lander cross-endorsed MAMDANI, do you? That Brad Lander didn't suggest you rank Cuomo? You don't want to mention that? You wouldn't want to mention that, huh?
But if this is a very close race at the very top between MAMDANI and Cuomo, then, you know, you get these third candidates like Brad Lander.
Who did Brad Lander endorse, out of curiosity?
Etc. And how people end up ranking those choices could make a definitive difference in the end as to who squeaks out over the finish line.
And the primary won't be the end of it, Jason. If Cuomo and MAMDANI themselves, if
media is so fucking about, it's literally the Wall Street Journal editorial report. Like, this is the most in the belly of the beast you could possibly get. It's like watching Fox Business and being like, what the fuck, these guys don't like MAMDANI? But yeah, they're extremely evil. I keep coming back to the informed simplicity diagram, where when you first get into leftism, at the bottom of the of the IQ distribution, you're like, rich people are evil, and then when you get up to here, you're like, no. Listen, okay, it's material influences, it's historical materialism. It's not that they're evil; they're just like pushed into fulfilling a social role. And then as you get like down onto this side, like in the far end of the bell curve, it's like, well, no, actually, just being wealthy makes you evil. Like, overwhelmingly, not 100% of the time. It's like with cops, right? At first you start, you're like, cops are evil. And then in the midpoint, you're like, no, lots of cops are just doing their job. You know, it's a system that encourages evil. And then you get to the far side of it. And so, well, no, a lot of cops are like actually fucking evil, dude. Like, not literally every one, but like, come on, let's not pretend the average cop is like the average non-cop and that the institution of cop is what's like just pushing them into a position. You didn't draw teams and they were just like us. Like, there's there's a difference there, you know? Many CEOs aren't evil. The shareholders and investors the most evil. Well, yeah, but the shareholders choose the CEO, and they would not choose a non-evil CEO. Yeah.
They could run on other lines. They're on other party lines in the general election. Then you have the Republican Curtis Sliwa, but also on an independent line, we haven't mentioned the mayor, Eric Adams, who couldn't win. Thought he couldn't win a Democratic primary, but it would run again on an independent line. How does that all shake out?
I still think that Eric Adams, the incumbent mayor, has a lot of baggage as well.
Really?
Well, some corruption scandals going on, very low approval rating.
But, and this is important, he is jacked. Like, you can tell through the suit too. Also, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty cool to see Yeah, it's pretty cool to see a politician wearing a contrast collar with the collar pins. How often do you see people wear this shit? Light blue shirt, white collar with the pins right here. That right there, that's a power move, okay?
Hasn't raised a whole lot of money.
Okay, we'll vote for Adams. No. You can't even rank him in the primary. He's not in the Democratic primary. He's running independent.
Is having to,
but obviously in the general, yes, vote Adams over whoever wins the Democratic primary for the contrast collar.
Doing it. It's still Cuomo's race to lose. The other thing he has going for him against MAMDANI is that MAMDANI is someone who is running in a city with a large Jewish population.
That's so. I haven't heard that about New York.
Doesn't believe in the Jewish state, who has accused Israel of genocide in Gaza. And that, too, I think, will be a huge problem for him trying to become mayor of New York City.
Oh, just cut right there, just right on that. Okay. They consistently mispronounce his name fucking hell. Yeah, they keep doing the Cuomo MAMDANI thing. I feel like MAMDANI is easier to say than MANDANI.
What's your name?
Say hi to my camera.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Meanwhile, over in the good world, where real people exist, right? Like, let's leave the table of ghouls, demons, and pedophiles explaining why nothing can ever get better. In fact, things should get worse because that's the only way things can get better. Let's go to the real world, where people like MAMDANI exist. Hello.
Utom?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you too.
Elections on Tuesday.
Yeah, we got you.
Dude, he is.
We have just begun our walk through the entirety of Manhattan. We're at Inwood Hill Park at the tip top. We're outside because New Yorkers deserve a mayor that they can see, they can hear, they can even yell at. Good, bro. Elections on Tuesday.
He just casually dropped the all Jews are Zionist trip. All right-wingers do. All non-Jewish Zionists do that. Jewish Zionists, at the very least, are aware of the existence of what they call bad Jews, who they will denounce as traitors to their cause. But to non-Jewish Zionists, to Christian Zionists, or people who just, have Raytheon stock or whatever, all Jews are Zionists. And they conflate the two effortlessly. And they do this because they are deeply, deeply anti-Semitic. They do not think of Jews as real people. They think of Jews as a convenient political bloc that they can scapegoat as a way of furthering right-wing politics.
Yeah? Tuesday!
Thank you, my brother.
Hey, yeah, everybody contento, my friend. Hey.
Hola, mucho gusto. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, brother.
Yes, you know that. You know that. Only the greatness, you know what I'm saying?
When we launched this campaign on a cold October evening, few thought we could win. Thank you, my man. I'll see you. Thank you. But I always knew that we would build a campaign just like this.
Just voted today. Just voted today.
Over 1 million doors knocked, more than 40,000 volunteers. You are the beating heart of this campaign.
Nobody but us can get responses like this because we're people and the people we're against are not. Democratic establishment and the Republican establishment are not people. They're suits filled with money. They will never, ever, 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 ever be able to run campaigns like this because they are not people like MAMDANI. And MAMDANI is, of course, unique. Not every lefty candidate can be like MAMDANI. He's obviously very, very, very good, him and his team. But yeah, no, we are the human political bloc.
You have climbed 6th-floor walk-ups and braved the pouring rain to canvass our city.
Wait, we both have canvas for you.
You have shared our message with the very New Yorkers you've lived alongside for years, but never had the chance to meet. And make no mistake, this campaign is reaching every corner of this city.
Don't you copyright me. Don't you copyright me.
Oh my gosh. I love volunteering for you. Thank you.
To everyone who pulls me aside to whisper with the best intentions, you have already won. I am sorry, but the days of moral victories are over. Because this is a campaign that is going to win on June 24th.
This is a point that's been made by MAMDANI and his camp that I think is really good, and I think is kind of like a check to me. I think that moral victories are cope. Or that's the argument that he's made. Like, when we lose, we're like, well, win or lose, Bernie Sanders, like, delivered a humanizing campaign that showed how far you can go. No, when we lose, we should just be like screeching monkeys, basically. Like, when we lose, we should just be like furious and abrasive forever. Because the moral victory is like it's like the comfort in a loss. It's like, well, we tried, but we should just crash out. Like, we should just like embrace the hatred and you understand what I mean? Because I feel like people often get like, there is a sense of comfort in like well, Bernie Sanders delivered a historic campaign. He came within spitting distance of the presidency, and that shows how far we can go. And then what happened? Trump won twice, you know? Like, didn't actually get us, like, listen, I'm not saying it did nothing. I'm just saying, like, we lost. And history remembers the winners. At least history remembers the narrative that's written, and the people who do the writing are usually the winners. So we should, yeah, no more moral victories. If he loses, how hard will you crash out? It's gonna be pretty bad. I'm ready to not experience a moral victory.
And it's thanks to each and every one of you.
All right, where are we headed?
He's got to be doing so much coke, dude. His levels of energy are inhuman. I don't know if he just has like a record as like a triathlon athlete that I'm not aware of. It's insane how much energy he has. He's 33. It doesn't matter. Listen, do you think the average 33-year-old can smile as much as him? You have any idea how much work this guy's doing? No, he's on a fuck ton of coke. God bless him. No human should be able to do the amount of work that he's doing. We won't actually know for a week. Ranked choice doesn't take that long to resolve. Running on pure spite. You want to see running on pure spite? Among all the campaigners outside is Nishi, a healthcare consultant passing out printed sheets of Times headlines on Cuomo, COVID, and nursing homes. He personally prefers MAMDANI, but he's not with the campaign. I'm freelancing. I'm just really against Cuomo. I love that. Why is he wearing the Pepsi logo? I think he's wearing the I voted early logo. I forgot you can't zoom in on a Twitter image. Again, like I've said this before, but like if you're in New York and you're a Democrat and you're not voting, I'm not forgiving you. This is not one of those. If you think in 2 or 3 years you're going to be able to get away with the joking, like, yeah, haha, I forgot to vote that day. I was really busy. Like, I've let it slide in other elections. I didn't like Kamala Harris. I didn't like Biden. I like MAMDANI. No amount of time can pass to wipe away this sin. It's actually going to be a perma on site. I'm not joking. There's no point. Like, you will. I'm not forgiving you. And you are going to hell, as evidence of the fact that God has visited the entire American Northeast with a massive heat wave, 100% humidity heat wave, on Tuesday, which is the in-person voting day tomorrow, and the day that most elderly people will be going out and, you know, dragging their decrepit bodies over to the polling booth to vote for Cuomo. So I hope that the heat strikes them down on the way. God is on our side. I need this guy to win, man. How does he keep posting?
For 8 months, Andrew Cuomo told anyone he could find the thing that he would love nothing more is to be up against me at the end of this race. And now here we are. For 8 months.
Careful what you wish for, Cuomo. 40,000 volunteers is what his campaign claims. Do you have any idea how many that is? I actually can't think of any local election that has ever garnered that many volunteers. I can't think of any. You would have to go back like decades to find anything like that. You'd be lucky under normal circumstances. You would be lucky to get 40,000 like committed voters, let alone 40,000 volunteers. It's giving Bernie 2016. Like proportionally, based on the early voting count, it seems like he's outclassing Bernie 2016 massively, just within New York, right? Within New York City. But if you like take the slice within New York City and apply it like nationwide, it's significant. Really? How so? Well, just, I mean, if you do the math on like early voting or like the proportion of young people who've come out and vote and how much he's, just stuff like that, you know? It seemed the energy he's mobilizing within New York City alone, I think. I don't know. He could be, well, he can't be president. But he has the sauce to be president. He can't be president, but you know, that's a stupid rule anyway. 40,000 is good for a statewide race? Dude, 40,000 is good for a fucking nationwide race. The only reason presidential candidates get that many volunteers is because they pay them. These are all unpaid volunteers. Only thing that stops Elon from being president? Oh, Elon would never win a race. They're all so pretty. Part of that's because it's New York City and young people, and part of it's because they're human beings. You can see within them, like, the spark of life. This does not exist in other political campaigns. And they all have pronouns? That's probably true. They do probably have pronouns.
In the race for mayor here in New York City, bit of a reprieve today for voters, that is. Early voting wrapped up yesterday. More than 380,000 New Yorkers submitted a ballot. They voted. That means your last chance to make your voice heard is tomorrow at the polls.
Yeah, a quiet day for voters, but not for the candidates in tomorrow's primary, making one final push to get ahead. And on the heels of recent polling that shows the race is tightening, Election Day, it'll be interesting.
Eyewitness News reporter Phil Tate spoke with a couple of the candidates this morning, and he joins us live in Park Slope, Brooklyn. Phil?
Yeah, good morning. It's primary eve, and it's the final day of campaigning for these candidates as they're braving the heat, getting in front of voters, as tomorrow is Election Day. Now,
you clearly don't have enough contempt for the American people, as you should. When Cuomo wins tomorrow, maybe you fools will finally learn your lesson. Well, we'll see. You know, knock on wood, but we'll see. It is true that if Cuomo wins, I will be like strongly considering an authoritarian arc, you know? Eventually the well just gets too poisoned, you know?
Voting wrapped up yesterday, and according to the Board of Elections, they say that just yesterday, 78,000 people alone took to the polls. Now, a twist on this primary eve is that we're learning that this race, in fact, might be tightening. Now, just a short time ago, let's get straight to some video. We had Brad Lander, the New York City comptroller, who was out here hitting the pavement bright and early, encouraging New Yorkers to get out there and vote, touting his plans for the future even, and if for the city, if he were to be elected. Now, Lander has cross-endorsed Assemblymember MAMDANI and one of a few candidates who have banded together, saying they need a candidate to enter City Hall on day one and stand up for New Yorkers' values. Now, Lander spoke to me about this and the polls that suggest that the lead between the race's frontrunners are getting narrow.
That Emerson poll has Andrew Cuomo losing and going back to Westchester instead of to City Hall. I'm optimistic about the late surge that I'm having. I'm in this to win, and I'm thrilled to see a poll result that says Andrew Cuomo.
I want Lander to do well, too, because I want him to run for Congress.
won't be our next mayor. Andrew Cuomo was a corrupt and abusive governor. He is running a corrupt and gross campaign. He would be a corrupt and abusive mayor who won't actually protect New Yorkers or make housing more affordable or run the city well because he is always in it for himself.
I don't think people realize how indoctrinated even NYC residents are. It is true that, like, black voters prefer Cuomo by a wide margin. Also, female voters seem to as well, which is wild. I think that chat's ready for me to be really sexist if Cuomo wins. I don't think you guys are ready for me to be really racist if Cuomo wins, but we do have to be morally consistent. It would be really, really, like, problematic if I only directed the ire, you know, in one... Yeah, it's only fair, basically. Now, black women... Oh, speaking of unfair, you know, they're gonna, I'm not gonna say, it's not gonna be easy, okay? But we need to adhere to our axioms. We need to hold to our priors. There's no other way.
And this morning, City Council Speaker Adrienne Adams was also on the ground. This is over in the Parkchester section of the Bronx. She was getting out in front of voters as well ahead of the election day, which is just tomorrow. And she, too, is hopeful that she has a shot at coming out in front. As for the former Governor Cuomo, he continued his closing arguments to New Yorkers. This was yesterday at the Sheridan.
Wow, at like a wealthy... I'm sorry, what was this? Tell me.
To New Yorkers, this was yesterday at the Sheridan Hotel with the IBEW union. He looks to make a comeback to once again...
Oh, okay, never mind, it's a union. No, there's no fucking way the majority of these people are union workers. What was the union? I didn't parse all the letters. Fake-ass union. International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Listen, okay? I'm cynical enough. I've seen these games played out before, all right? The motherfuckers up here are not the ones who are coming over to your house to rewire your shit, all right?
He looks to make a comeback to once again hold office here in the city after he had resigned as governor amid numerous women accusing him of sexual harassment and scandalous handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. Important to note, he did receive an endorsement from former President Clinton, but for the former governor, he's focused on the issues at hand.
We lost 500,000 people in New York City since COVID. 500,000. Disproportionately the wealthiest because they left because of the taxes.
This city deserves a...
Is that the wealthy people were the ones who left New York City? Well, I guess that actually makes sense if you think about it, because wealthy people are often the ones who can afford to move.
A mayor who will freeze the, make buses fast and deliver universal.
Now take a look at these numbers. Early voting numbers are in from the Board of Elections. Brooklyn leading the way with 142,735 early votes, and then Manhattan just behind with about 20,000 votes less. Now early voting in total, about 380,000 New Yorkers that have already cast their ballots. Those are some really big numbers, and also double to what we saw back in 2021. This really shows that New Yorkers have a whole lot to say as to who they'd like to see in City Hall for the next 4 years. A whole lot that can happen in the next 24 hours, as tomorrow is primary day. We are live in Park Slope. I'm Phil Tate, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Nice. Guys, I think MAMDANI might be a good person. Maybe. Let me send it off. I don't know. I don't know, man. He needs to win. He needs to win. He needs to win. It's tomorrow, and he needs to win. He needs to fucking win. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Why the fuck am I so short? Why am I so short in the goddamn... Why is my beard like that? Did I... showered late? There we go. Gotta sit up straight. Pro Cuomo PAC puts out a pro Cuomo poll the day before. What the fuck is this? Adrian Adams lasting to the 7th round? 52-28-20? No. Gee, this doesn't even remotely... What the fuck is this? This doesn't remotely resemble any poll that I've seen. Yeah, this is fanfic. AOC endorsed Adams as their second choice. Didn't Adams put out like a bunch of really anti-Cuomo shit recently? Like Adams, they've been putting out polls that are or not polls, sorry, but like messaging that's just anti-Cuomo, but not even pro-MAMDANI. Like the only time it even mentions Adams is at the very end. Or am I thinking of a different candidate? Trying to find what I saw. Either way, she suggests not ranking Cuomo. Well, we'll get to that when we get to that. Okay. Iran fired back. And in typical Iranian nothing ever happens fashion, they actually warned ahead of time to minimize casualties. They really, really do not want to fight, man. That's a live feed. It was in Qatar, right? U.S. confirms missile attack from Iran on U.S. military base in Qatar. Attack by short-range, medium-range ballistic missiles, continuing to monitor the situation. Yeah, they warned ahead of time, apparently, which is pretty funny. Also, Houthis have declared peace treaty null and void. That's pretty funny. Yeah, we'll get to that when we get to that. Oh, man. Fox, what do you got? Give me the update. I want to know what's going on in the Middle East.
Let's now switch to Israel. Go to our chief foreign correspondent, Trey Yanks. He's live in Tel Aviv with the latest, not only from Israel, but what do you make of the fact that this appeared to be a pretty limited response, Trey?
Yeah, John, good afternoon. We're getting more information from regional sources right now on this Iranian attack targeting the Al Udeid air base just outside of Doha, Qatar. The latest information that we have, according to the Qatari Foreign Ministry, they say these missiles were intercepted over the Qatari capital of Doha. They say there are no injuries on the ground, and the Qataris are condemning this attack launch.
That's it? Man, do you think Twitter lefties ever get embarrassed that they keep pretending Iran is going to, like, do anything? And then Iran keeps not doing anything? Like, Iran is the most nothing ever happens country in the Middle East by far. They do not want a prolonged exchange of missile fire with Israel because they can't possibly win in that regard. Like people can, like Iran will aura farm and they'll say like the West will never forget the day of our retribution. They'll fly the red flag of revenge and then they do nothing. Like, how many times?
By Iran. This is significant but not unexpected. The distance between Qatar and Iran is just over 100 nautical miles, and this is a large base, the largest American base in the region, and it had largely been evacuated, according to one source that we...
Because they warned ahead of time. Iran's Supreme National Security Council claims in a statement the IRGC and Army pulverized the U.S. Al Udeid air base in Qatar in response to this weekend's strikes against nuclear sites in Iran. It further says the number of missiles matched the number of U.S. bombs used, claims the strike avoided civilian areas, with the wording suggesting this will be the only military action by Iran against the United States. Dude. It's really funny. It seems so stupid to strike but warn about it. Dude, that's all Iran does. They did it when they fired all those drones at Israel the previous year, remember? They love to do this. The whole point is that if they actually kill U.S. service members, it's more likely that America retaliates. Iran cannot survive in like a or they can't hold up in like a back and forth missile exchange, you know? Like who could possibly match America and Israel in like bombing, like sustained bombing campaigns, missiles? Of course not. No. If they respond and kill US servicemen, it increases the likelihood that we, you know, go back in, but they have to do something. Otherwise, a very strong, like the Iran's legitimacy in the eyes of the militia groups that it supports needs to be held up. You know, how do you think it would make the Houthis or Hezbollah feel if they were getting like orders from Iran, but Iran did nothing in response to being attacked by Israel or America? It's all a big fucking puppet theater. Why is the theocracy the saner one in this situation? Unironically, because the real crazy influence in the Middle East is capital influence. Capitalism is what allows Israel to act with like no holds barred, because they know that Western support and mutual military contracts give them the influence they need. Iran is aware of the fact they don't have the money or influence. Oh, come on. No, I mean it. If Iran was getting like constant military backing, like massive, if Iran was getting the kind of military support that Israel was, they would be a lot fucking crazier. What do you think happens when you pump like billions and billions and billions of dollars of advanced weaponry into a country like Israel? There are tons of countries around the world filled with insane, murderous ethno-nationalists like Israel. Lots of them. They're all over there. They're in Southeast Asia. They're in the Middle East. They're in Africa. To an extent, you know, you could probably argue there are powerful, you know, political interests with similar tendencies in Latin and Central America. Why do they stay still? Because they don't have fucking $50 trillion of American weaponry. That's it. It's that's the powder keg. How bad do you think Serbia would be if they had received $1 trillion in U.S. military support? What about Azerbaijan? What about Turkmenistan? What about Myanmar? Like, think of all the countries around the world. If you added, like, U.S. military support, just unquestioning U.S. military support and political support, like we will block actions against them in the United Nations, that's the real destabilizing element. If it wasn't for us, Israel would just be another, like, shithole ethno-nationalist, like, oh, we war, oh, exchange back and forth, whatever. We're the ones that have prompted this dynamic. Turkmenistan would probably just build more golden statues of Turkmenbashi. Yeah, maybe. What does America even gain from this? I never understood. Well, America is a bunch of military companies in a big jacket, so those companies benefit from big military contracts. We fly our stealth bombers over, we drop big bunker busters. You think we're just going to leave those bunker busters unreplenished in our stocks? Nope, we got to buy them back. Who makes them? Who produces America's bunker buster bombs? The GBU-28, is that the, no, this is only 4,000 or 5,000 pounds. That's not the one they used. The GBU-57AB MOP. And who produces this one? Let's see. Developed by Boeing. Oh, no, it's the GBU-57. Okay, oh yeah, 57AB MOP. Boeing. There you go. Boeing. Got the Boeing plant 25 minutes south of Seattle. Not even. There you go. That's who benefits. Can Iran strike the Boeing plant? Jesus, calm down. I'm right here. I went to a fucking pride parade 2 days ago that was probably 90% attended by people with Boeing salaries, okay? Calm down. You're an acceptable casualty? I don't work there! Well, anyway. Yeah, Iran is more sane because they're not being given, like, a bunch of crazy fucking weapons. You get it.
spoke with before this attack took place. The Americans understood that Qatar, Kuwait, and Bahrain could be on the top target list for the Iranians in any sort of response following those strikes that were ordered by President Trump to go after Iranian nuclear facilities over the weekend. We're working to get some confirmation about reports that American bases in Iraq may have been targeted. But again, the information that we have about the Gulf is significant. There are air defense systems in Qatar, both the THAAD missile defense system and the Patriot system. And according to some initial video that we reviewed from sources in Doha, it looks like, if not all, but the majority of these incoming missiles were shot down overhead. In terms of what led up to this, we know earlier today the U.S. Embassy in Doha sent out an alert to American citizens in Qatar to shelter in place. Shortly after that, the airspace over this country was closed. You could see on flight radar maps a number of flights diverting to other regional airports.
Well, yeah, no shit. How do you think Trump will respond to this? I don't know. I mean, like, Iran can't really do anything about being bombed by us. What the fuck are they going to do? They don't even have missiles that can reach us. Like, a few of our bases, but not us. Also, we're America. We can do anything. Like, don't forget that, okay? America may be politically destabilized right now, but we're politically destabilized with by far the world's largest military, okay? Here's a Trump post. I know. Thank you. I've seen the Trump post. I know you're all very amused by the fact that Trump has, as he has done for the past decade, used N-word to mean nuclear. I know. But as somebody who follows politics, this isn't funny to me because he's done it a bunch before. You can go back years and find videos where I make comments about it. But thank you. I know it's very funny for you. Thank you for giving this to me over and over, like 5 times in the past minute. Good Lord. You think China would get involved? No, God, why would China want to get bombed by America? That shit probably hurts. Yeah, the real question is whether or not Iran is going to block the Strait of Hormuz and whether or not the Houthis are going to make the Red Sea impassable again. I guess time will tell. No idea. But, like, never trust Iran to actually do anything in response to being bombed, okay? Listen, Iran is autistic as a country. Iran just wants to build beautiful brick mid-rise buildings, all right? Iran doesn't want to fight wars. It doesn't want to do jihad. They have no interest in waging perma war in the Middle East. They just want to build cool brick buildings and like occasionally kill women for wearing too little clothing. They just want to play with their train set. Maybe they want to do a little jihad as a treat. No, the militia groups they fund want to do a little jihad as a treat. The Houthis, Hezbollah, they're it's like semi-incorporated military in Iraq. The rebel groups in Syria, to whatever extent they're still like operating independently, those people want to do jihad, okay? But Iran itself, autistic. So vicarious jihad, it's a difficult like balancing game, right? It's a very, very, very complicated situation. You know, and like imagine you're Iran, your only security blanket, your only like defense against both Saudi Arabia and Israel is maintaining these Islamic militias. But the Islamic militias are way the fuck crazier than you. And also they're in countries that are much less stable. Iran is a lot more stable than Syria was and probably still is, more so than Lebanon, you know, more so than fucking Yemen, right? But they maintain these relations because they use them as a kind of like, you know, think of them as like the Warsaw Pact countries, you know, it's like a wall around your central country to protect you. But unlike the, you know, Warsaw Pact, where there are actual countries that can be, you know, directly controlled, it's a bunch of crazy Islamist militia groups. It's not easy. There's a huge possibility that Iran moved all the important nuclear material before the obvious strike by the US. Yeah, we have no confirmation at all that the strikes did anything. Do we even have casualty reports? It's very possible that the United States just struck empty targets. Iran claims no permanent damage. Iran claims a lot of stuff. If they close the Strait of Hormuz, this would be like an actual... Plenty of nuclear scientists are dead. From my understanding is that nuclear scientists were killed from Israel's strikes on wealthy apartments in Tehran. But U.S. strikes, I don't know if there are any casualty reports from our strikes, our very expensive strikes. How much oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz? Isn't it like fucking 10-15% of all the world's petroleum products? 20%, I heard. That's crazy. Probably explains why why he's tweeting like this. That's funny. Dude, oil prices are losing their fucking mind right now. They actually just plummeted earlier today, like a few hours ago. They went down by like $5. I don't know what that's in response to. Was that in response to Trump's threat? 12:35. 8:35. The U.S. asked China to tell Iran to stop. U.S. asks China to stop Iran from closing Strait of Hormuz. Dear President Xi, please make them stop. Please, I'm begging you. Please, please don't let them do this. Please, God. The only way any president can win an election in America is by keeping gas under $4 a gallon. Please, fucking God, please stop. Make them stop. Why does China have that power? China and Iran have better relations than us and Iran, which is, you know, a low bar. Hence the drop. We'll see what happens. They might end up whiplashing a lot. Anyway, yeah. We'll see how this develops. U.S. pretty much admitted they have no intel on where they moved all their nuclear material and uranium. Yeah, I don't really get that because we have spy satellites. I don't really understand how we could miss that. You'd think we'd have, like, eyes on the ground there. I know we have the tech for it, okay? Our satellite tech is so fucking good. Does anyone else get the feeling that it might not even be a tech limitation? It might just be the fact that all the people who are operating these satellites got fired or their bosses are retarded? Like, I bet you that the Biden era Pentagon probably could have kept track of it, but since Hegseth came in and shook everything up and fired everyone and replaced everyone, then fired everyone again, then replaced everyone again, probably, like, somewhere along the chain of command, there's a guy who should have been relaying this information who's doing cocaine or going on podcasts or whatever. I'm not joking. That's very possible. Yeah, our intelligence services are a mess right now. Like, it takes a lot of work to do intelligence gathering. That's difficult. Isn't that Patel though? No, Patel's FBI. This would be what's our top secret, like, Department of Defense satellite agency? What's their acronym? We saw the recruitment video. It was spooky. Not the NSA, not the CIA. NRO, right? NRO? I think it's NRO. I wonder what kind of shakeup they've had over there. It's not just us, though. It's Israel who's giving us a lot of our info, including the enriched uranium stuff. Trump said it himself. Well, that probably just means that he's not getting information from our intelligence, because Israel does not have our spy satellite network. Israel has nothing even close, not even remotely close to our intelligence network. If Trump is saying he's getting the intel from Israel, what that means is that he's not listening to his own advisors, or his advisors are in too much of a state of disarray to collect their information and present it accurately, and he's just hearing Netanyahu describe over a phone call what the situation is. Like yeah, it's definitely not a lack of U.S. like technical capability. So yeah, I don't know, pretty embarrassing, but God bless our inability to do imperialism as effectively as we could have 5 years ago. Then why does Israeli intel have high prestige? Mossad is pretty competent as intelligence agencies go, but this is satellite stuff. This isn't Mossad. This would be NRO stuff, and we have the spy satellite network. Our spy satellite network is like unparalleled. Other countries, Israel's working with Palantir, but Palantir doesn't run a spy satellite network. Palantir is a AI data aggregation and like a parsing service. That's different. Palantir might synthesize data from our satellites, but they don't like collect it directly. Well, anyway. What's a good title for all that? Iran type shit? Satellites by country list for those interested. Not to be too like ooh conspiratorial, but to be clear, like the current top of the line US spy satellite capabilities are not known. They are top secret. When Trump, against the advice of his intel advisor, tweeted out a satellite photo of an Iranian failed rocket launch back during his first term, that was classified because it revealed information about the capabilities of a spy satellite that we put into space decades ago. Like, we're so far ahead on this race that tech made back during like the 1990s is top of the that we still haven't revealed that. So presumably we have stuff in space that is terrifying. We might know about the satellite's existence, but we don't really know what capabilities they have. They do have GTA 6 up there. Isn't it illegal to have space-based weapons? Yeah, but they're not weapons. They're just spy satellites. That's not illegal. Hold on. What's the title? Iran retaliates with overwhelming barrage of nothing. All chips on nothing. We love Iran, don't we, folks? There's a possibility that sometime soon I'm going to have to go to the stream soon screen because I have some like fucking I've like a home. It's the rentoid shit. Like I've got people coming over to make sure that the house isn't falling apart or whatever. But I'll be back after. I hate doing that. But if I have to, I have to. Yeah, I got the home doctor appointment. Thank you. Landlord expecting the pot farm? Exactly. How long will it take? Who the fuck knows? Dude, we have so many fucking links here.
Would you support the Rokana War Powers resolution?
I haven't taken a look at it.
Speaker Jeffries. Speaker John.
Oh, the is this from today? Didn't that resolution was introduced days ago? That's crazy. I hate them. I want them all to suffer. I really hope that I'm still around when we get a bunch of like books and tell-alls about the incredible lengths that our politicians have gone to bend the knee to worship Israel. I know why they do it. I just don't know why they do it this hard. There are plenty of other I guess if you think about it, it's not that different to like what American politicians do with oil companies, you know? I guess if you think about it, like we extend an enormous level of deference to a lot of companies that are very powerful and have like a bunch of national security interest related stuff. But I would really like to, I need to know like why the fuck, I just want to get like video out of a meeting or something, you know? Like I saw this clip. This clip's from, I think like 2 months ago or something, but Jesus, man.
The pride of being able to be here and do work that facilitates making things better for people. And in the greatest country on earth, next to Israel. It is, and it's an honor to be able to make a difference.
State Department spokeswoman.
And to be able to speak in this regard with an administration that I love so much and that I feel
it's like they're playing a game to see like how much JQ bait, how much like Nazi conspiracism can they fuel, like they're all doing competitions behind the scenes, you know? Like one of these days, one of them is going to do like a full Japanese bow to Netanyahu or something, like hands at your side, full at the waist bow. State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce claims the video I posted of her saying America is the greatest country on earth next to Israel was out of context. So here's a longer video where she says she's, quote, sadly not Jewish. What the fuck?
Are you Jewish? I am not, and sadly not. I am.
What a strange thing to say.
I am Italian, which I've always thought maybe the Italians were the lost tribe. So that could be the dynamic there. But, you know, it's
some Kanye shit.
I'm honored. I don't mind people thinking that at all. I do recall, it's interesting, after the October 7th attacks, I went to a jeweler in the World Trade Center to get the Star of David to wear on the air.
Genuine question, how the fuck do Republicans still have the Nazi vote? This is like tier 11 JQ posting from the administration. I genuinely don't know. They have to be like the most like the only people more cucked than like I guess me, like lefties who advocated for Biden or Kamala Harris or whatever, are Nazis advocating for Republicans. Like you have been so like I'm pretty sure like if you look at most of the people who are making money off being Nazis, like Fuentes or whatever, they're probably anti-Trump in this respect. But there are a lot of let's say Nazi adjacent Republicans who are gritting their teeth and going along with this. And I genuinely don't understand. Like, how do you? I mean, like all other things they believe, Nazis don't really believe in the JQ, right? Like it's like everything else. Like they do and don't believe everything. Their consistent anti-empiricism doesn't extend only to everything but their own conspiracies. They'll also selectively believe or not believe in their own conspiracies as much as it suits them. But like, Jesus.
And he knows me, and he said, "But you know, people will think you're Jewish." And I said, "I hope so." And the point is that at a time like that, and certainly throughout history, is that we all have to be Jewish. We
Jesus Christ.
all have to be recognized as this is about humanity, about the nature also of the Jewish people and the Western civilization that we all enjoy that make life worth living. The nature of the Judeo-Christian ethic, the impact of the Jewish people throughout history, the inventions, the medicine, the education that is delivered by Israel, but really the Jewish people around the world. It is, you have, I've thought and I've said before, you have really two options with the Jewish people. You can be envious or you can be grateful.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. It's fucking crazy. She was originally a Democrat and a president of the LA chapter for the National Organization of Women, but got in some hot water when she argued that the trial of O.J. Simpson was not about racism, but violence against women. And eventually she switched. She worked with Arnold Schwarzenegger's transition team as governor of California, became a conservative at some point. As a gay woman, oh, she's gay, or she's lesbian, I guess. The huge irony is that liberals spend every ounce of energy promoting the notion that they are the banner carriers of individualism and personal freedom, yet the hammer comes down on anyone who dares not to conform to, or dissents even in part from, the liberal agenda. Talk radio, Prager University, criticized feminism, went on Tucker Carlson. Yeah. Pro-choice lesbian in a 2005 C-SPAN interview. Huh.
I am enormously grateful for the nature of living this life in a modern age, with also knowing the nature is, for our world, really from the beginning of time, the nature of violence, of suffering, of life being difficult for so many, and the dynamic of whether or not we become victims perpetually. And the struggle of the Jewish people and the survival of Jews around the world through millennia shows us that, in fact, yes, sometimes things will be difficult, that envy does drive awful things, but that, in fact, you don't need to become a victim, that it is about looking forward for family, for the future, and for really the rest of the world. So it's been an exciting trajectory for me in dealing with politics. And
that's really common rhetoric with Jewish Zionists as well. The idea that, like, the Jews who died to the Holocaust were weak and the Jews of Israel are the real Jews because they're strong enough to defend themselves, i.e. like mulch Palestinian children. Do you think this is intentional JQ baiting? No. I gotta say though, like, you really got your work cut out for you, because the rhetoric here is so... I don't know if there's a historical parallel to this, of a marginalized community that through some specific circumstances become like a regional hegemon, that superpowers act deferential to, and representatives of that administration say shit like this. I can't think... There must be a historical parallel. There must be like... something you could pull from in history that kind of looks like this, but I don't know what it would be. It is insane, though. Like, it is absolutely wild. I have no idea.
Culture, and of course, the people who've influenced me, who've been very generous with me, it really had an impact on my sense of what matters and what we should be grateful for.
I want to ask you, because people who have come through this role as a spokesperson here at the State Department, they've traditionally been from Foreign Service officer backgrounds, they've dealt in media relations and maybe...
Christians in Rome. Does she know she can convert? Guys, she doesn't care about Judaism as a religion. She cares about Jews as like an ethnic and political group because she's a diehard supporter of Israel. It has nothing to do with the religion of Judaism. Her Wikipedia page doesn't even mention any like evangelicism, so it's probably not like the belief that evangelicals have that if Jews control the Holy Land, the rapture begins or whatever. It's a very, I don't know. It's inexplicable. It really is. Well, you can try to explain it, but like, man, it's so fucking weird. It's so weird. You know, weirdly, in a way, it sounds a lot like weird liberal get-out style grievance politics, where like white liberals will say shit like, dude, I wish I was black. There's so much culture and history there. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's very get-out coded, but like it's being done by people who are anti-black or anti-Semitic or whatever. I don't know why people want to be oppressed so bad, but she's not wishing to be oppressed in this case. Like, what she's talking about is not she's not engaging with Judaism as like to whatever extent you can say like a culture. Of course, there are many Jewish cultures, or as like a community. You know, she's talking about them as a political bloc, which is different. Like that would be like saying, you know, man, I wish I could be black. I would really like to be weirdly defensive about O.J. Simpson's obvious like murder. You know, I really wish that I could be like, you know, supportive of Cuomo and Eric Adams for no reason other than because they're conservative DNC picks. You know, it doesn't make any sense. Nobody goes to the race card for shit like that. She wants to be Israeli, not Jewish. The only thing that I can think of, and she was born in LA, so I think there's some truth to this, is that there are a lot of Jews, just like there are a lot of any group of people, who think they're like the chosen people. Most Jews, to my understanding, interpret the chosen people as like that the Jews, Israelites are the people that God pointed at and said, hey, you have to follow these rules. Chosen doesn't mean like preferential. Chosen means like, well, here you can't eat bacon, motherfucker. Basically, it's chosen like in the context of the rules laid out by the Torah, or Torah. I actually don't know which way it's pronounced. Almost like a burden, yeah, which is why they like complaining so much, which we love and find charming. It's not. There are some Jews who think of themselves as better in the same way there are lots of fucking white people who think they're better and lots of men who think they're better and lots of blah, 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 right? That's every group, you know? But I think that like maybe if you grow up in environments where you have this weird parallel, you have some Jewish people who are self-exclusionary but also see themselves as better, but also are marginalized, which they are in the United States by and large, and you grow up adjacent to these people, you might develop this like, well, they're in the in-group, and I'm kind of envious of them. And then you get into politics, and once again, there is a small group of Jewish people who constitute a constructed in-group with regard to relations to Israel. And there's kind of like a continuity there where it's like, obviously this is being done for MIC contracts, but there's an underlying like cultural justification. Not everyone who's a Zionist thinks that they're doing it to give money to Raytheon or whatever. You know what I mean? I just have a hard time understanding what set of circumstances lead a person to be this insanely weird and deferential. I don't really get it. But yeah, I guess I want to understand it because it's like a weird kind of death cult. When will Vosh realize that Jew is an ethnicity and not a faith? It's both. Well, there's multiple Jewish ethnicities, and there's a religion called Judaism. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Maybe they were in the national security sector, but they have a rich background in foreign policy. Now, you obviously come from the media world, but from a different angle, and like a lot of Trump administration picks, kind of outside the box. I mean, how did this all come about?
Yes, I was with Fox News for 23 years. Prior to that, I'm also a writer, so I've written a few books.
It's obviously just about money, more sucking up more money, but it's definitely not, though. Sucking up to being weird about Jews in this way does not get you any more money. That's not how you get, well, like, where is that money coming from? That's not where the money is. The money is in like the conservative grifting space, but conservatives don't like it when you talk like this, you know? Like this kind of language does not win over a majority of conservatives. This isn't like rhetorically effective to a large group of conservatives, you know? It's not like Tucker Carlson's weird like Nazi adjacent conspiracy posting or Trump's like low IQ bombastic reality TV show populism. Like it's not a style of rhetorical engagement that works well with the grifting.
On philosophy, but really culture and politics. And prior to that was a left-wing activist, if you will. That was much earlier. And of course, as one gets older, you see what works and what doesn't work. But I think that it really is the combination of really kind of civil rights work in a certain sense. And David Horowitz had a big impact on me in that regard. And David, who's recently passed away, was a tremendous influence on me. And many people who were finding themselves lost from the left, right? When we became
I've heard
aware
this
of
grift before.
the nature of like lost sheep in a certain sense, to make sure that they had the space to grow and understand what was happening. So in my early days, there was many influences from a fire hose in different ways. Perhaps I should not be feeling pride about something like this, but you know, that I feel like we're all guests in a way. But really, the pride of being able to be here and do work that facilitates making things better for people.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, whatever. State Department spokeswoman. Okay, Grandma. She seems great. Dude, I don't know. I don't know. It's fucking weird. I think this is someone on whom the Israeli state is a conspicuous amount of dirt. No, I don't think that's true. My personal, like, working theory, I guess, is that if you want to be an American chauvinist right now, if you want to be, like, a big oorah defender of our military engagement in the Middle East, you need to find a way to sell that. And right now, because rhetorically, we're still doing the like, well, Trump won't start any new wars, he's a peacemaker bullshit. It kind of all has to be for Israel's benefit. So if you're like embarrassingly over earnest about it, you start to see shit like this. I bet you I could see something like this if I looked back far enough. Like I could find like American statesmen embarrassingly defending like intervention in Korea or Vietnam by acting as though they're super interested in like I don't know, like the South Vietnamese or South Korean like cultural causes. I wonder, or there would be people in during the first Gulf War, they would be like, you know, well, actually, I've been a long time, you know, advocate for the rights of the Kurdish people and of the civilians in Iraq, and we need to free them from, I don't know, just some weird way of like injecting yourself. But all those times we still defended American, I don't know. Rhodesia Energy? Yeah, except like we cut ties with Rhodesia. I don't know. One day we shall know. I hope so. I hope so. I feel like a lot of it is blackmail. It's not blackmail. Israel doesn't have like the unique ability to blackmail people. And also blackmail is a really bad way of getting people to work for you in government. You know? It's not effective. You can do it with some people. But it's super unreliable. It makes people resentful. It makes people root for your downfall. It just, in the long run, it doesn't work out, you know? The idea that the Israeli government is blackmailing, like, every fucking American politician is just not, that's just, no. Totally not doable. Yeah, I saw. Hey, didn't we do it a little bit? Didn't we do it a little bit with like Iran during the Shah, or like in Afghanistan against the Soviet Union? I feel like, because we all know the warriors of peace thing, but do you think there were some people in America who were like, no, 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 I've always like deeply loved and respected the, you know, the Iranian people or something? I'd have to look. It'd be like, what if the Shah was still around and we were still using them to wage an ongoing Cold War against the Soviet Union, you know? Like, would we be saying shit like that? Would there be American politicians who would be like, oh, we don't want to go to war with the Soviet Union, but we support Iran's efforts to do so and defend their people? I've wished I was Iranian, you know? I've always, you know, I've dreamt of being Iranian. I've worn like, you know, floral print shirts with 6 buttons undone and a gold chain, and people say you're gonna, you know, people are gonna think you're Iranian, and I've said, well, I hope they do, but like, no, unfortunately, no, I'm not. Sorry, I'm not. I wish I could be, though. I don't know. Do you get what I mean? Does that sound plausible? I think that sounds plausible. And people would be like, dude, why is the American government so cucked to Iran? And it's like, it's not that they're cucked to Iran. It's just they're trying to find justifications for the ongoing, like, Cold War era bullshit they're justifying down there. And they've run out of good, like, ones that benefit America. Because nobody argues that Israel benefits America. What the fuck have they ever done for us? Nothing. They've done nothing. All the Israeli government does is get stuff from us and then complain because they want more stuff, and then they get it because, again, like, it's they don't have to engage in the same, like, political back and forth that other countries would have to. They don't exist on their own terms. They exist as like a U.S. military outpost. It could happen with Iran in a different timeline. Maybe. All right, sorry. Getting kind of caught up there. Hassan had a good bit the other day arguing Bill Gates was not in fact blackmailed by Epstein. Under what circumstance, what were people talking about Bill Gates being blackmailed by Epstein? Like, blackmailed to do what? Elon was saying that about him? Ah. Why do we insist for using native terms for non-European states like Shah, Vizier, etc., when we wouldn't use the same for, say, Spain or France? Language doesn't follow consistent rules. It's definitely rooted in Orientalism, but it also sounds cool, so... You guys see this shit? Woo! Woo! That's crazy. Crazy that this got caught on video. I wonder if there were some, like, signs of buckling. They had the camera out, you know? Is that just heat expansion? Yeah, the asphalt's expanding so it, you know, pops up. That's crazy. God damn. Oh, look at that. It's kind of satisfying. Bet that feels good as fuck if you're the road. Donk. Probably doesn't feel good for the car. Do. Nah, cars love ramps. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, the heat wave across the entire, like, eastern United States. It's pretty nasty. Like, it's really nasty. Times, I am not giving you money. You are a shit newspaper. I do not respect you. Look at that. Look how much Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. Look at how much you're in the danger area. It's like 105 degrees with extremely high humidity. I mean, you know, it can kill a lot of people. West Coast stay winning. Yep. Temperatures to soar upwards of 20 degrees Fahrenheit above normal this week in parts of the U.S. Look at that, man. Philadelphia calls for a heat index of 108 Fahrenheit or 42.2 degrees Celsius. Yeesh. Yeah, keep the park fountains on, you know? Let people live. It's a very persistent heat too. It's a very humid heat, and it's persisting through the night with basically no breeze. And if there is a breeze, the breeze is just as hot as the air. America's a death cult. I don't think that's what that means. The breeze is just as hot as the air. Thanks, Vosh. Do you think I don't live in the real world? Okay, obviously air is the same temperature when it blows into you, but there's a difference between a like cooling breeze on a hot day and getting buffeted with hot air on a hot day. Okay, it feels different. All right. I don't know the physics of it. I don't know if scientists have worked it out yet, but sometimes the air that blows into you is cold and sometimes it's hot. It's because of the humidity. I don't know. Scientists haven't figured it out yet. Sweat doesn't work when it's too humid. Yeah, it's the wet bulb temperature. That point where you die.
These videos show funnel clouds tearing through America's heartland.
Yeah, sure.
This dark twister in North Dakota barely visible through pounding rain. It's one of at least 13 reported tornadoes tearing through the state Friday night.
This is insane.
The devastating storms turning deadly.
We have a total of 3 individuals that have been deceased from the storm, 2 males and 1 female, all adult victims.
The state's governor declaring a statewide disaster. In Minnesota, severe winds uprooting.
Can you imagine looking outside and it looks like this, but also it's 100 degrees? That shit's when I see this, you know, my thinking is like, it shouldn't also be 100 degrees. You have to pick your battles. But God doesn't, you know, God doesn't pick his battles. He just does all of them.
This weekend will be a scorcher across much of the country. Summer is here, and so is an extreme and expanding heat wave.
No way, I don't want to watch today. Give me CBS.
Tens of millions of Americans are dealing with dangerously high temperatures, with many areas in the western U.S. hitting triple digits. In Texas, unplanned power outages are making the situation worse. Omar Villafranca has the latest.
Record drought and sweltering heat are baking the western U.S. Palm Springs, California hit 113 degrees today.
Ooh, delightful.
And is bracing for triple digits the rest of the week. Yesterday hit 120, a new record.
Nice.
Fire in the Bay Area quickly spread, burning multiple homes and hinting at what could be a long fire season.
This time of the year, we're not used to seeing this type of fire.
In Texas, temperatures are putting a strain on the state's power grid. Residents are being asked to conserve power 4 months after a deadly February cold snap paralyzed power plants across the state. Texas's grid is supposed to be built for heat, but now many Texans are frustrated and worried that power plants are failing before summer. Ed Hers is an energy fellow at the University of Houston.
We've been looking at the decay of the grid and the decay of reliable...
Holy shit, this guy looks just like a guy from a movie, but I don't know what. Also, phenomenal collar roll on this button down. This guy gets his shirts custom made. I get that feeling.
Electricity provided to the grid for many years.
He looks like Doc Brown.
Blackouts and brownouts would not surprise me.
To conserve power, the state's grid operator is asking Texans to keep their thermostats at 78 degrees, even though highs across the state are in the 90s and 100s. And they're making that request for the rest of the week. Lana?
Omar, thank you. For more on the extreme heat wave, let's bring in CBS News meteorologist and climate specialist Jeff Berardelli. Hey there, Jeff. So we saw over 100 record highs on Tuesday.
Cool.
I'm hoping you can tell us both what areas are seeing the highest temperatures, but also how long this is going to last.
So it looks like this is probably going to last through Saturday.
This is going to last for the rest of our lives. It's the beginning of the rest of our life, folks. You know, it's going to be, it's once in a lifetime shit all day, every day from now on. It's going to be a long summer. Look at this.
And the time right now, 6:15. The worst of the heat as forecasted. That's the southeastern parts of our shoreline. Old Saybrook, New London, Mystic. It's hot, but it's nothing like what
the coldest summer for the rest of your lives.
One of those spots, though, Old Saybrook, a very pretty shot there. We had plenty of people hitting the beaches today.
Not that pretty.
Plenty of them actually reached max capacity very quickly. No surprise there. But you can notice some of the haze way off in the distance. There is an air quality alert along all 4 counties of our shoreline that is due to the ground level ozone. Up farther towards the north, it's 86 at Bradley. Very hot out there as well. Now, the almanac for today, 70s to an 80-degree dew point. Extremely humid out there. Like temperature in Hartford was about 99. So tacking on another 10 degrees is going to be extremely oppressively hot tomorrow. And if we reach 101, that is the hottest temperature we've seen since 1991. And notice it's in July. It's not June. So it is extremely hot out there. We're actually forecasting 101.
Yeah, it's going to get worse. Sorry, not to overstate the point or anything like that. Just, man. I'm glad climate change is fake, or this would be super concerning. Yeah, this is like the big outlying factor too, right? This is like one of the big. There have been times before where humanity has come together on an issue like this, like with the ozone layer, those spray-on pesticides, whatever. You know, there have been times that we've come together and addressed these problems. Unfortunately, the problem with climate change, you know, greenhouse gases, is that there's actually no easy way to fix it, right? There's no one chemical you can stop using. It's just overall we combust too much. Too much combustion is happening. It's more complicated than that. You have to change a lot to reduce those numbers. And really, there are 2 ways this go. You can go one of 2 directions. I will tell you this, and this is a fact, okay? Global emissions will come down, but they'll come down in one of 2 ways. Either we scale it down, or society collapses and it reduces the amount of global combustion just because there's less production going on. It's one of those 2, because eventually the heat on the planet will scour the surface clean, and then there will be no more combustion after the forests are done burning, because it'll just be like a coal-stricken ball of earth and some water. You know, it's well, lots of water, really. And then we'll have, the Great Reset. I'm hoping it doesn't come to that. It's difficult to predict where things are going globally, politically, because this is going to be the defining issue of our lives. And it's finally here, you know? Think of how much of an effect the Syrian refugee crisis had on European politics. We were dealing with that shit for years after. But that was a couple million refugees, and most of them settled in Turkey. We're dealing with potentially far more than that. We're still dealing with it. Yeah, you're still dealing with it, but you know what I mean. We're dealing with hundreds of millions of people. Eventually, there's going to be a heat wave that hits India, and 1 million people are going to die in a single day, and then the globe will take action. Well, I mean, maybe that would do it. I don't know. Possibly. You think the heat will ever annoy billionaires enough for them to start working towards it? No. They just build bunkers to hide from it. Every billionaire believes in climate change. That's why every billionaire is building their own climate bunker to survive it. They don't want to fix it. They just want to survive it. It's not great. Give me a little more. Give me a little more salt and pepper.
Summer is not even 12 hours old, and we're already bracing for the season's first heat wave. Dangerously hot conditions and record-breaking temperatures in triple digits will leave much of the country sweltering this weekend. The hot temperatures are set to kick into gear tomorrow and last throughout the work week. Allie Bauman is following it all. Allie, good morning.
Michelle, I'm happy to be in here and not outside because even this early in the morning, you can already start to feel it. And since we've had a relatively mild end to spring, experts warn this spike in hot weather is all the more dangerous because our bodies are just not acclimated yet. The Silver Sneaker Sculpt class in Nassau County, New York, often powers through hot days.
You're all going to die.
But even they know their limits.
Hydrate, 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 because you don't realize that you're sweating that much. When it's that hot, you're moving. You don't realize that you're getting dehydrated, and it can happen quickly.
Millions of Americans.
If my mom in this weather was like, yeah, I'm going to do my outdoor aerobics class in the sun, I'd be like, I'm hiding the car keys.
Can expect stifling highs and suffocating humidity.
I don't understand what you mean when you talk about the material interest of the capital class, because isn't the decline of human civilization against their interests as well? Well, it's not just about what's best for people. The material interest of the working class would be to rise up and create like a dictatorship of the proletariat, right? It's about people's perceived best interests, and people's perceptions are influenced by their psychological state. Being a billionaire makes you a sociopathic pedophile. So you fantasize in those situations, like if you're Elon or whatever, about building a climate bunker filled with kids. It's not, you think I'm joking, but like, it's not about being rational, okay? It's about people understanding the world from the framework as they perceive it. And this is, by the way, if you think I'm being hyperbolic, look back at the entire history of capitalism. Wealthy people overplay their hand all the time. The American Civil War was overwhelmingly wealthy, plantation-owning Southern slavers wanting to preserve their capital inflow and the social hierarchy that it maintained, and they went to war with the Union. They broke off and declared war in the Union over that. It's not about being rational, you know? They're not smarter. They have a different way of looking at the world. It's not a good way. Yes, it would be in the best interest of billionaires to not allow climate change to happen. But you know what else would be in their best interest? Be doing anything other than what they're doing right now. Does Elon seem happy to you? These people are miserable wretches. Deeply personally unfulfilled because they're caught in a rat race to get the highest number. It's a game they can't win. They're all unfulfilled, broken people. You know, it's not good for them either, frankly. Wealth redistribution is in their best interest.
It's expected to be the first heat wave of the year, with temperatures likely hitting triple digits across the Northeast.
This is not your run-of-the-mill hot summer week. It's truly not.
Since the Minnesota Twins are supposed to play midday Saturday and Sunday, they're loosening the water bottles only rule for any fans willing to sit in the bleachers.
For this weekend only, we're going to relax that a little bit. If you want to bring in a sealed Gatorade or Powerade, something to help you replenish, please feel free to do so.
Doctors warn dehydration and dizziness can lead to heat exhaustion and heat stroke.
Heat-related illnesses are a spectrum, and that spectrum starts with just simple dehydration.
The expected heat wave comes after widespread severe storms over the last few days, including a tornado in Clarksville, Missouri, flooding in Macomb County, Michigan, and heavy rain up and down the East Coast. 15-year-old Yassine Khalifa survived a lightning strike Thursday in New York City's Central Park.
I can see, but I can't talk. I can't move. So I'm just kind of locked in my body for a second until I get into the ambulance, and I feel everyone trying to shake me.
Lightning sparked this fire in Wyoming's Bridger-Teton Forest over a week ago, and crews are still working to contain it. Warm and dry weather is elevating the park's fire danger level even more. And you
don't need to reduce the overall population to reduce emissions. Kappa of all time. The emissions that our species produces are overwhelmingly due to our productive and consumptive tendencies, not due to the raw number of people who are producing or consuming. No Malthusianism in here, okay? Benjamin, thank you. I'll do dono soon, but hey, we have 31 people phone banking in Progressive Victory from MAMDANI right now, except you typed out MAMDANI. I won't make fun of you for that because I know you know how to spell his name. We're doing it for the rest of the day, today and tomorrow. Everyone phone bank or else. Yeah, if you're not in New York, well, you know, if you're not in New York, you're not voting, you need to be phone banking. With him, with PV, you got to be doing something, man. If MAMDANI doesn't win, then your favorite live streamer is going to have a crash out. You're not going to listen, okay? 2 years from now, you're going to be wondering why the channel was deleted. And you're going to be thinking, damn, if only one more phone banker had joined the army and MAMDANI had won, maybe I would be, you know, chilling out in chat right now. What if I'm not American? You can still phone bank.
Enough, drink water and stay out of the sun as much as possible. The #1 cause of weather-related deaths in the U.S. is extreme heat. Dana?
Yeah, that makes sense. Most people don't live in, like, Alaska, I guess. Sorry, I just like the takes on
everybody's
this.
going to feel the exact same effect because of the heat, the humidity, and this is just sort of in the midst of it. I wouldn't say it's the beginning, nor is it going to be the end. We've got days to go.
Yeah, wait until you see tomorrow. We'll get there in just a moment, right? But first, places like Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, listen, if you are looking at that reflecting pool later on this afternoon and thinking that you want to put your big toe in there, please.
There was actually a heat advisory in Alaska last week. Central Alaska had a heat index of like 100 degrees. I'm going to lose it. Are you kidding me? Yeah? Jesus.
I don't want, you know, security, national mall security tackling you.
Michael, don't put this idea in people's heads, though. Oh, that's the bigger problem here.
That's a good call. But when I was younger, and we'd go to the national mall and I'd see that reflecting pool in the summertime. Oh man! As a 7-year-old, it crossed my mind.
Find a kiddie pool. Don't go in there, please, please.
But yeah, nation.
This is just 243 million people above 90 degrees in June. In June. Just, and not even to speak of the humidity. It's 2/3 of the population of the United States. My personal recommendation, by the way, for dealing with very high heat and high humidity is that you can't fight it. Okay? You have to embrace it. You have to sit there in a tank top and underwear with a gallon of water next to you with a fan on, and you just have to stay hydrated. You just have to see, you can't fight it. You just have to sit there and be hydrated. Got to tough it out. Just stay the fuck out of the sun.
Capital today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. It is going to be just shaking and baking hot. You head down toward ATL, it's going to be hot there too. So walking around Piedmont Park, don't judge me. Zach, I'm that person though, when it's super hot like this, you will absolutely see me walking with an umbrella just to block the sun.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's called a parasol, and it used to be cunty as hell to have one. No one does it anymore because of woke.
Yeah, okay. I'm that person.
Just helping to cool things down and make sure it doesn't affect you.
That's exactly it. And it's why we have, extreme heat watches and warnings for over 145 million Americans.
And you notice the swath and the regionality of this. It's not just going to be one isolated location. Everybody is seemingly under this dome on the eastern half of the country. And the top left-hand portion there through Wednesday. So don't get exhausted by this conversation. I know you're going to hear heat, you're going to hear humidity, you're going to hear dangerous, extreme. It's going to stick with us through the middle of the week. So even though we're maybe going to be in some longer duration event, we have to take this very seriously because heat-related illnesses can be settling in quickly when you have numbers of this magnitude.
Yeah, and speaking about numbers, sometimes folks might not be as familiar with what we call the dew points, when basically the measure of the amount of moisture in the air. You look at New York City at 74 degrees, and basically what I want you to think of is anytime you see these dew point temperatures above 65, it means it's sticky and muggy. You get into the low and mid 70s, that's like Miami.
Yeah.
You know, that type of juice and humidity.
These are the latitudes that don't typically see numbers of this value, so you're not generally used to this situation. Not to mention, for the past 2 to 3 months, we have been on the cooler and cloudy and rainy side, so all
30-plus century-old records potentially broken. Look, just take care of yourselves out there, okay? And by the way, like, just remember, you were too late to stop this from happening. You might be able to keep it from getting much worse, but it will get worse no matter what, okay? But there is still a path. There's a fork in the road that you can have influence on. Do not let this shit get hijacked by eco-fascist Malthusians, by people who whiplash from like from MAGA to green MAGA, from people who are like, okay, we need to stop having children. This is why, like, you know, oh, India's being bad because they have too many people. China's bad because they have too many people. Or on the left-hand side, people who are like, well, the real problem is all the wealthy white Westerners who consume Prada bags or whatever. No. Overwhelming systemic change. This is not any individual person's fault unless you are in government or industry. Your consumptive habits are shaped by the world around you. If the systems were better, you could enjoy the exact same quality of life with a substantial cut to your emissions. Your life could even be better in many ways, but the amount of emissions that are produced in the service of your needs could be cut in half, in a quarter, in an eighth, you know? Don't let this get taken in the wrong direction, you know? It's not your fault, yeah, that plastic's everywhere. It's not your fault that the oil, gas, and coal lobbies are so powerful in the United States. You didn't force Exxon to start lobbying to keep politicians from telling the truth about climate change. You didn't do any of that shit, okay? It's not about there being too many people. There's nothing wrong with there being a lot of people on planet Earth. You can very, 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 very directly pin all of this on specific policies, specific directions we've taken socially speaking. It's not about the people.
And rainy side, so all of a sudden we're just flipping the script, flipping the switch, and we are back and just baking. So you don't have any time to acclimate. Ultimately.
No, last weekend it was like 60s, cloudies, and rain in NYC. We're all complaining about that. Now we have something new to complain about, is all this heat.
And by the way, it's going to stick around.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, yeah, let's just rinse and repeat. Millions more dealing with the triple-digit temperatures and the high humidity.
Eventually, the right wing will have no choice but to acknowledge climate change, which, by the way, to a large extent, they already are. There has been a shift in that direction. It is already, you know, beginning. But they're not going to approach it from the angle you need to approach it. They're going to look at it and they're going to go, you know, oh, well, then why wasn't... So lefties, you were aware of it this whole time. Why were you using plastic straws? They don't care, okay? You need to be disciplined with your messaging, right? I've said this, you know, whatever. Here, hold on 1 second. Just stay safe out there, okay? All right, I normally hate midstream breaks. I normally despise these, but I got to do some rentoid shit, okay? So I'm going to do this. I know we don't normally do the midstream break, but unfortunately, you're just going to have to deal with it. I don't know when I'll be back. See you guys in a bit. It shouldn't be too long. That's the hope, at least. Did I scare you? Sorry, just as one rentoid to another, you know? Sometimes you gotta get business done. Just when I came back, I do it for you, Flips. Oh, sorry. Longest poop? Nah, even I poop quicker than that. Oh, look. Had to get out in the sun for a bit. How much did you tip? You tip your landlord? I wasn't meeting with my landlord. Interesting, Russian soldiers apparently eat each other on the front of Ukraine. Yeah, I do that sometimes at the Cool Kids Club. What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about cannibalism. Yeah, they're probably not given like very good rations. I mean, that's sad. I'm not really gloating about that. Bro, that's just propaganda. I mean, the source is the Kiev Independent, but that stuff has happened before, so I don't know. It's a convict who was, well, convicted of cannibalism? Oh! That's wild. He's doing it for the love of the game. Has Vosh covered the poll showing MAMDANI at 61%? What poll has MAMDANI at 61? What round? That's insane. There's no way. There's no way. We gotta move. We gotta move. That's for the white voters? Oh, yeah, for white voters, but not for voters in general. Yeah, white and Asian voters are super keyed up for MAMDANI. Did you see that horrible interview Sarah McBride did with Ezra Klein? In what way is it horrible? The thumbnail says the illiberalism of the left. That's great. That's pretty good. That's great. I'll watch like 1 minute. Just realized I never turned desktop audio back on.
Understanding, doing the hard work of opening hearts and changing minds and telling stories that over 20 years had shifted and deepened understanding on gay identities that allowed for marriage equality to be built on solid ground. And I think that allowed for the misinformation, the disinformation, that well-coordinated, well-funded campaign to really take advantage of that lack of understanding. And the support on trans rights was sort of a house built on sand.
I want to connect.
How? How does that, like, how does that work? Like at all? How is it a house built on sand? The problem, okay, the problem is that trans rights were always going to be more difficult than gay rights, because what gay people are asking for is essentially just to be incorporated into the pre-existing heteronormative system, right? Gay marriage was the fight. So you want to marry? Okay, can gay people marry or not? Pretty decisive question. Over time, more people became supportive, but it took longer than you might think. The problem with trans people is that you're not arguing like, well, can trans people get married? Sure. You're talking about a more fundamental, like, deconstructed take. You have to take a look at these social concepts and you have to break them apart. you don't really have to break that much apart to accept gay marriage. Okay, so if you believe that God makes marriage between a man and a woman, like that's your line of thinking, sure. Okay, maybe you have to take apart a fundamental concept. But apart from religiously motivated thinking, for the most part, it's kind of just whether or not you're a bigot. You don't really have to be bigoted against trans people to not get it. Like, it's kind of not intuitive. You have to learn all these things about sex and gender not being the same, and gender being constructed and socially determined, and that sex actually like sex isn't binary but bimodal with a bunch of like expressed differences and the science and like it's actually very, very, very complicated. And if you don't get it, I don't think that necessarily makes you a bigot. If you think gay people shouldn't be allowed to be married, I think you're a bigot, like basically by definition. Like, I don't think that you're coming at that from a position of misunderstanding the question. I think you're coming at that from the position of you just don't think they should be able, like you're just bigoted, right? But with trans people, I don't necessarily fault somebody for not understanding the like radical gender deconstructivist takes. But that doesn't mean that trans activists overplayed their hand. That just means it's a more difficult question. And you really play into the fascists' rhetoric when you argue that the reason why, when like the Fourth Reich comes about, the reason why trans people lost their rights is because the trans people overplayed their hand. I don't think in the Weimar Republic that trans people got put to death camps because they overplayed their hand, and that's what led to the, you know, Third Reich emerging. I think that the Third Reich emerged, and that's why the trans people got put in camps. You know? Vosh, please don't bash me, but I still don't understand how somebody doesn't feel their body doesn't fit their mind. Yeah, you do, don't you? You personally, at some point in your life, have felt a disconnect between how you want your body to look and how your body actually looks. Or you think sometimes, in my head, I feel like I'm coming across as stoic right now. I'm serving hard mask energy at this party. I'm standing in the corner giving cool, mysterious energy. But then you see a photo of yourself that a friend snapped and you look like a dork. You're standing, you're dumbass, standing over there like this. You've got a drink in your hand. You know, you're like this. In your head, you're like, dude, I'm like the dark wolf of this party. I'm like the alpha male. But in reality, you're like, you know, the disconnect exists in everybody, right? To an extent, the difference between the you up here and the you here, that's a universal human experience. Everyone gets that sometimes. The difference with trans people is that people don't ascribe biological essentialism to the concept of serving stoic at a party, but they do to something like gender. But in reality, it's fundamentally the same thing. On a fundamental level, what you're talking about is a disconnect between how you perceive yourself and how the world perceives you. That's it, you know? Everything else is like a superficial, socially constructed veneer that legitimizes less intelligent ways of thinking about it, like believing that gender equals sex or that there's something innate about any of this. But in reality, nah. Well,
two things you said there, because I hadn't thought about this exactly before. So you made this point that there's been a generalized gender regression, which is true. And you also made this point that people had this metaphor in their minds that I was wrong about gay marriage. I didn't understand that experience. So maybe I'm wrong here too. But that one thing maybe that's different here is there's a set of narrow policies here, like non-discrimination, and then a broader cultural effort, right? Everybody should put their pronouns in their bio or say them before they begin speaking at a meeting. That was more about destabilizing the gender binary. And there.
What? This is like corporate PR training. What are we? We're doing the left-wing equivalent of pretending that anti-racist activists were the ones doing DEI training at like Raytheon or whatever. People putting their pronouns in their emails isn't trans rights. It's people trying to be inclusive, and sometimes they're doing it kind of in a condescending way, but like, what? It ain't that. it gets so bad. It's such an awful interview. I mean, it's Ezra Klein and Sarah McBride, so yeah, it's probably going to be pretty bad. It's pretty embarrassing. No allyship in her.
There, people had a much stronger view. Like, I do know what it means. I've been a man all my life. I've been a woman all my life. How dare you tell me how I have to talk about myself? Or
what? When did this happen? Also, this argument doesn't make any sense because people used it against gay people. Straight people said, I've been married for 20 years. How dare you suggest that the institution that I belong to could include men getting married to each other? People did the same thing. This is already a fucking low IQ. Listen, pay no mind to the liberal Substack grifters whose job it is to always posture against the left. Literally, the thumbnail for this video right here is the illiberalism of the left. They're arguing that the left should have been less aggressive in pushing for trans rights, which somehow translates into the left being illiberal. I guarantee you this podcast goes into how, like, it's tyrannical to expect regular people to understand pronouns or something. It's a joke. These people are grifters, or if they're not, they're shockingly stupid, which isn't any better. You don't need to buy it, okay? There is an entire cottage industry of people whose job it is to convince you transgenders that it's your fault that the entire Democratic establishment abandoned you between 2021 and 2025. Like it's your fault. It's not that the entire leadership structure of the Democratic Party abandoned you while the Republicans doubled and tripled and quadrupled down on attacking you. It's you overplayed it. If you had only been a little more moderate in your requests to be treated like human beings, the fascists who lie about everything all the time wouldn't have lied about you. Okay, I believe you. No, I believe you. You missed the beginning of the interview. I missed nothing. I skipped the beginning of the interview. What's with the monochrome fetish? Black and white makes you smarter.
refer to myself, and that made the metaphor break.
And you have to
building a broader coalition of trans rights. Just this little segment right here, 3 minutes. Just give it to me.
Be perfect on every trans rights issue for us to say you can be an ally and part.
Wow, revolutionary talking point here.
Of our coalition, then we're going to have a cap of about 30% on our coalition. If we are going to have 50% plus one, or frankly, more necessarily 60% or more in support of non-discrimination protections for trans people, in support of our ability to get the health care that we need, by definition, it will have to include a portion of the 70% who oppose trans people's participation in sports. And right now, the message from so many...
So those people then will have to capitulate. The people who support trans rights except for their participation in sports will have to take the L. And if you don't think they can do that, then why should we be expected to take the L on this? How many concessions should we have to be expected to take, you know? You can build a big tent coalition where you can accept the support of people who don't agree with you on everything. That's fine, right? I bet you a lot of MAMDANI and Bernie supporters don't agree with him on everything, you know? You have to create a compelling, charismatic advocacy for those groups, which, by the way, the Democrats just gave up on doing completely. Just completely gave up on doing it. So let's not pretend the Democrats gave it any kind of good effort. There was no coalition building here. The Democrats just fucking dropped the subject completely. Just hands up, dropped it. Like, yeah, sorry, you need a bit of involvement for one of the two political parties in this country. You need some kind of like institutional backing. Otherwise, you're kind of out on your own against the well-organized, multi-billion-dollar Republican propaganda apparatus and all the media channels they control and work with. So if people are like, yeah, I think the trannies should be able to like go to work and stuff, but I don't want them playing sports with my little girl, then they can eat shit and they can vote Democrat is what they can do. And if they don't like it, then that's tough. They can fucking perish for all I care. Why should we let people who are wrong determine the front line of the advocacy effort? What about all the people who are like, well, yeah, I like support gay people's right to marry, but they shouldn't be able to adopt. Would you be out here on the podcast being like, we have to drop the gay people adopting issue, okay? We're losing support in the coalition. No, you tell them, fuck yourself. You will get the civil rights. You may support 80% of it. Listen, question. If you support 99% of a civil rights effort, but disagree on the 1%, what the fuck are you doing opposing it? Because by opposing it, you're supporting the 99% you disagree with and the 1% you do agree with. Why the fuck are we the ones that have to capitulate when you're supposedly on our side for most of the important issues? You're either with us or against us. It's a two-front battle here. You don't get to hem and haw over it. Why the fuck are we the ones who have to back off?
Is you're not welcome. And your support for 90% of these policies is irrelevant.
Who the fuck says this, by the way? Who sees a person who says, like, I will vote for the Democrats because I agree with 90% of their position on trans issues, but not 10%, and says, no, we don't want your vote. We don't want your 90% support. Why can't you just say, yeah, we'll take that and everything along with it? Yoink. Who the fuck says that? We're talking about in the context of voting, right? Because McBride is like a dipshit, spineless lib. So, like, McBride isn't, like, out here talking about what? Throwing, you know, Molotovs at cars, you know, we're talking about, like, electoral participation. You vote Democrat or Republican. So if a person agrees to support 90% of trans rights, they're voting Democrat. Who the fuck else they gotta vote for? Take the vote. Yoink.
The fact that you diverge on one thing makes you evil. And it also misunderstands the history of civil rights in this country.
Oh, yeah, I bet. Tell me about MLK, baby. Do these people never get, like, bored with this shit? It's the same talking point every fucking time, man. Like, this discourse has been reiterated and played through so many times. You'd think, maybe not McBride, because she's like, I don't know how online she is. Ezra Klein's been doing this for a long time. Doesn't this get tedious after a while? Can you imagine if I, right now at my position, at my level of success, pardon me for tooting my own horn, my streams are pretty big. Can you imagine right now if I went live every day and I was like, the woke-skulled left is why we didn't win in 2024, because purity testing leftists turned away people who supported the left on 90%. Like, what the fuck? What are you doing here? Man found in jungle 30 years after war ended. He's still fighting. Like, what the fuck? Can you imagine? Jesus Christ. In this political environment?
You can't compromise on civil rights is a great tweet. But tell me, which Civil Rights Act delivered all progress and all civil rights for people of color in this country?
Sure. Which civil rights issues did Martin Luther King Jr. capitulate on in his rhetoric? Name one. Was he like, okay, we believe that we should be able to vote, but I don't think that, you know, colored should be able to use the white bathrooms? Tell me. Well, 72% of white respondents said that they would be okay with black people having marginally better bathrooms, but they don't like the idea of sharing them. No, sir. My problem with Martin Luther King Jr. is that he alienates good white progressives who don't agree with him on every element of, Negro activism by insinuating that if you support him, you support all of his positions, and if you don't, you don't. Like, these fucking people, man.
Country. The Civil Rights Act of 1957, the Civil Rights Act of 1960, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965.
Oh, shit, she knows the years.
The Civil Rights Act of 1968, or any of the civil rights acts that have been passed since the 1960s. That movement was disciplined, it was strategic, it picked its battles, it picked its fights.
And yeah, so what civil rights issues did they capitulate on? What did MLK Jr. say? Like, well, okay, we're willing to take the L on that one. And if you if you support everything else but that issue, like, we won't accept your support. Like, where did this happen? This discourse. Where did this happen?
And it compromised to move the ball forward. And right now...
No, what compromise? I genuinely want to know. What compromise did MLK Jr. push for? I know he pushed for compromise because he was, like, representing a huge movement that was tied to, like, legal rights, right? So there were things like he wasn't able to push for, like, everything he wanted immediately, for sure. But, like, at what point did MLK Jr. say, like, no, we believe that the white bigots are right on this one. There are too many white people who disagree with us on this issue, so we're not going to push for it. And as a matter of fact, we're going to allow those people to dictate, like, the terms by which we advocate for our own rights. Capitulation is understandable when you're talking about legislation to an extent, like if you've got a big bill that you're trying to push through. But when it comes to, like, advocacy for specific, what bill was there that would have mandated trans women to participate in sports with cis women? Like, what are we even talking about right now? Are we talking about Twitter activists? Are we talking about Democratic politicians? Like, what are we... By the way, the funny... Okay, people like Ezra Klein like to bitch and moan about how the Democrats get forced to answer for the behavior of every Twitter activist, but then they'll do the exact same thing themselves when they broadly gesture at the left. And they'll be like, you know, they'll paint this very, very broad picture that somehow includes within it, like, Democratic politicians who were, like, pretty on the ball about supporting trans people, and also Twitter activists. Were the Democratic politicians the ones who were not accepting the support of anyone who didn't agree with them in lockstep about everything? Or were the Twitter activists? Were the Twitter activists the one pushing for a bill? Trans women were already able to play sports with cis women. The, like, Title IX provisions didn't explicitly prohibit it based on the legal interpretations that existed at the time. So what advocacy are we talking about? The only advocacy we could be talking about with regard to trans women participating in sports with cis women, like, would have been the social battlefield, you know? But it would have meant capitulating ground that had already existed. You push for progress and accept compromise. You don't get progress by pushing compromise. Yeah. What? Okay, tell me, what practical pro-trans rights movement or legal push was there in this country that could have won overwhelming public support if it wasn't for the support for trans people in cis people sports? Where? Trans people already can play in cis people sports, except in the states that have banned it. In many cases, there were only like a dozen active transgender women playing in sports in a state or less. So, like, should we have gone along with the right-wing propagandizing? Should we have been like, yeah, I support trans rights, but, like, yeah, the 3 trans women who are getting somewhere between 2nd and 14th place in the various interregional high school athletics departments across the state of Iowa, they need to go. Like, what we... Should we have, like, partially capitulated? Should the right-wing media have been like, this penis-having male is raping high school girls with their sports activity, and then showing them with, like, a bronze medal on a little stage? And should we have been like, yeah, I agree selectively with that point, but I still think trans people should be treated with respect? Tell me, like, what point we should have stepped in and capitulated on this? You all understand the point that I'm making, right? Like, it's not only that I disagree with McBride and Ezra Klein on their politics, the actual, like, strategy they're proposing is delusional. Like, they're describing a reality that doesn't exist. They're describing a made-up reality where, like, the left as a coalition turned their back on a reasonable compromise, as opposed to what really happened, which was a rising fascist movement made trans people the scapegoat, and they chose trans female athletes in high school sports or whatever as, like, an easy a viable target, and then the Democrats dropped support for trans people entirely in a vain effort to appeal to a broad majority that didn't manifest. And now advocates for that Democratic majority are blaming the left because their strategy of dropping trans rights didn't manifest that big public support. Sorry, listen, okay? Just put the transgender rights in the bag. I don't give a shit. Sorry. You're not winning me over with this bullshit fake incrementalism. Like, you listen, incrementalism is supposed to be incrementalism forward, not backward, okay? The pitch for incrementalism is that it gets things done in the right direction. You're slowly walking backwards. I don't buy this.
That compromise would be deemed unprincipled, weak, and throwing everyone under the bus. And that is so counterproductive. It is so harmful, and it completely betrays the lessons of every single social movement and civil rights.
You're betraying MLK Jr. when you don't screech trannies are raping our kids in the sports or whatever, along with Fox News or whatever. I don't know. It's fucking crazy. I hate her so much. Yeah. She is the weak link. Well, they all are. The liberals, I guess.
Movement in our country's history. And we have an example of a very successful social movement in recent history with marriage equality. Where would we have been in 2007 and 2008 if not only we had not tolerated the fact that Barack Obama was ostensibly not for marriage equality then, but if we had said to voters...
For one, people didn't. There was tons of backlash against Obama and Hillary Clinton for being snaky and disingenuous about their support for same-sex marriage. That happened. That happened. I was there. You can't. How old is Sarah McBride? You're not gaslighting me on this. You're 4 years older than me. You were there too, okay? There were tons and tons of people at that time who were furious at the, at everything after Don't Say Gay, like these like pathetic hemming and hawing efforts to legitimize gay people that were obviously just Democrats being afraid to take a stand on an issue.
If you're not comfortable, even if you vote against the marriage ban, but aren't quite comfortable with marriage yet, that you're a bigot and you don't belong in our coalition.
What is the, see, again, like this is like fantasy shit. What are we talking about? Marriage equality was ratified by the Supreme Court. What culture war, like you're a bigot if you don't support Obergefell argument are you making? Genuinely, like what, you're not referring to a thing that happened. What happened was for decades and decades and decades, people in this country have advocated for gay people's right to marry, and their tireless advocacy led to more and more states passing statewide, like allowing for gay marriage, and eventually the Supreme Court ruled on it. And within those states, yes, there were lots of people accused of being bigots because they were bigots. Obviously. I'm sorry, what was the anti-gay marriage but not a bigot coalition? Would you remember what anti-gay marriage advocacy looked like? Republicans calling them pedophiles mostly and saying that God told them that gay people couldn't marry. Yeah, they were bigots. They still are. It was like the argument McBride wants you to believe in here is that gay marriage was won by quieting the activists through a sensible, moderate coalition of the good activists like her and Democrats and Republicans and centrists who didn't really get the whole men loving each other thing, but were supportive because, they had been talked to so nicely by people who weren't mean and called them a bigot. Absolute insanity. Fake reality. They completely imagined a non... just like you have to be such a disingenuous cunt or be so delusional to push this version of reality. You were there. Yeah, famously, civil rights have been won by the activists capitulating to the sensibilities of the people who are bigoted against them. That's how MLK Jr. won. So yeah, what did whites uncomfortable with black integration want back in, the 60s? Oh, yeah, no, MLK wouldn't die until a few years later. No, yeah, no, that wasn't workable at all.
Where would that movement had been? The most effective messengers were the people who had evolved themselves. We had grace personified in that movement, and it worked.
Remember, a liberal is a person who supports every civil rights movement except for the current one, and opposes every previous war except for the current one. Yeah, man, that's how the gay rights movement won. It was through grace and compromise. I remember, it definitely wasn't a bunch of, like, wild SoCal queers screaming at people and holding, like, raucous pride parades every year and accusing people correctly of being bigots. MLK famously said we need to appeal more to moderate whites. I remember that, yeah. In a letter from a Birmingham jail. He says, the moderate white is the sorry, you all get so hung up when I say what he says, the black man's greatest ally.
Beyond even the advocates' wildest expectations in terms of the speed of both legal progress and cultural progress. Because we created incentives for people to grow, we created space for people to grow, and we allowed people into our tent, into that conversation who weren't already with us.
This just didn't happen. What actually happened was pro-gay marriage and pro-gay people generally, activists were so loud and so culturally powerful that it became more and more socially unacceptable to oppose them. Through power, they convinced people to join them until eventually that was the social norm. In 1985, being homophobic was the norm. To be pro-gay was standard. In 2015 in California, to be pro-gay is the norm. It takes active effort to be a homophobe against gay marriage in California in 2015. Power is how you win, not capitulation.
You mentioned the period in 2008 when Barack Obama was running for president. And at the very least, his public position, many of us suspected it was not his private position, but his public position, was that he opposed gay marriage. That was the mainstream position at that point in the Democratic Party. And there was a compromise position they all supported, which was civil unions. Is there an analogy to the civil unions debate or position for you now?
You mean the thing that didn't work? I'm sorry, who was convinced by civil unions that wouldn't have been convinced by gay marriage? No, seriously, who the fuck? Nobody bought that. The half measure didn't work. Nobody wanted civil unions. No, the reason gay people wanted marriage wasn't for the fucking tax benefits. They wanted it for the public legitimacy. Also, private public position, the term there is lying. They lied. They believed something more progressive, but they were cowards, so they didn't adopt it. No, this public-private position thing is morally reprehensible, and the fact that you could launder it by calling it anything other than lying or cowardly hiding your position, ridiculous. Cowards are strategic. It's not good strategy.
I think on the sports conversation, it's local control. It's allowing for individual athletic associations to make those individual determinations.
That already exists. That already exists. That's literally already there. That already exists. That is the default.
And in some cases, they'll have policies that strike a right balance. In some cases, they'll have policies that are too restrictive. And I think that that is the equivalent to the civil union's position in that debate. By allowing for Democratic voters, independent voters, hell, even some elected officials to take that civil union's position, one that met voters where they were, it gave some of our politicians who needed it an off-ramp so that they didn't have to choose between being all on or all off.
Okay, you know what? Let's test this really quickly, okay? Let's test this really, really, really quickly. So here is the famous Pew Research graph right here. Public support for same-sex marriage, running from 2007 to 2017. Okay? 404, that's fine. We'll just zoom in. Okay? So here in the dark, I don't know why they choose basically the same color. Dark brown is the oppose, and the light brown is in favor. And the crossing point here was sometime between 2010 and 2011, where you have more support than opposition, all the way up to, let's see, 2015, you have Obergsfell. And after Obergsfell, actually, you have a dip in support. Why? Conservative backlash. Since it had been made a national issue, you have a lot more active pushback, okay? But after that, the number continued to go up. So support for gay marriage, whoosh. Now, interestingly, here is a chart of the support for civil unions. From 2003 to 2009. Now, you might note that from the beginning, since this starts in 2003, we can only really start the chart at 2007, support for civil unions is flatly higher, but then it doesn't change. You know why? Because if you try to move people over to a progressive position by offering capitulation, they support capitulation. You have a bump right here, of course, in 2008. That's when, in 2008, by the way, that's you know what they were talking about with Barack Obama, the public-private position. But 2008 was right before gay marriage became more supported than opposing gay marriage. So Obama took the capitulated public-private position when his public opinion was down 2 points. That's how cowardly he was. Within the Democratic Party, that's how cowardly he was. But in spite of that, even though you have a tick up here from 2008 and onward, the overall support for civil unions didn't really change that much. In fact, it seems like there was a decrease in between 2005 and 2008. But support for gay marriage skyrocketed. Look at this. It went from 37 in support to 62 in support in 10 years. Do you think this was due to advocacy for civil unions? No. It was due to the cultural prominence of gay people. Overwhelming social power that eventually made it socially intolerable to be homophobic. That's what happened. I know it's crazy because nowadays, like, every high schooler is either a neo-Nazi or a communist, but like, there was an observable window of time in my life where I remember that being gay in like elementary school was a punchline universally thought of like as derisive. But in 2011, when I graduated high school, if you were a homophobe, that was like actually cringe. I remember that was like actually cringe. In elementary school, it was just a bad word. When I graduated high school, it was like, oh, you're actually a homophobe? Like, what the fuck? Are you like a cringe boomer? Are you like a Republican, like Christian boomer? Like, what the fuck? Like, seriously? Old head, motherfucker. Well, it is California. Sure, it's California. But it does speak to a trend that's demonstrated in the data. I reject fundamentally this ridiculous ahistorical idea that the way you win public support is through compromise, capitulation, and backpedaling. No, it's through overwhelming power. I mean, you could ask Sarah McBride. Sarah McBride is a Zionist. Zionists have way the fuck more money behind their social cause than gay people did back in 2008. Which strategy have they settled on for trying to win the support of Americans? Capitulating, walking back, acknowledging that Israel is a genocidal apartheid state, trying to meet people halfway, trying to meet people at the idea that Israel is a Jewish state that should exist but maybe shouldn't exist in the form that it does, or blanket, nonstop advocacy, you know, just covering the airwaves. Is McBride funded by AIPAC? She's a Zionist. I don't know if she has any AIPAC money, but it doesn't really matter.
And it allowed that conversation to continue and prevented...
It's not a conversation. Gay rights were not won through a conversation. It was won through power. This insane, like, jerk-off fucking delusion that civil rights movements are won because of a dialogue between the people who are advocating for their rights and the people who want to take away their rights is just insane. That's not how it works. It's not how it's ever worked. Well, then is there a path for trans rights? Of course there is, through overwhelming social power. Yeah, same as for gay rights. We're dealing with a fascist pushback right now, but yeah. Just if you disagree with us, you should be shamed and have a miserable life. Obviously. You all think that about people who are openly, virulently racist, don't you? Like a guy who just runs around saying the hard R everywhere. Like, no, we should have a conversation. No, I just think he should be like stigmatized and shamed and like not have an easy time socializing with people. I'm not saying he should be arrested. I'm just saying, like, you know, nobody should like him. Oh, so you don't want to have the conversation? No, I don't think there's a conversation happening. I just don't think he likes black people. The vast majority of bigots change their mind not because somebody convinced them to change their mind, but because they got exposed to so many social signifiers that it was acceptable to change their mind. Shame motivates people way the fuck more than rationality does. Have you talked to people? Have you interacted with people in your life? Ever? The sane washing of the bigot, ever the job of the liberal. No, I'm sure the white reactionaries back in the 1960s wanted to have a great conversation. I bet they had lots of reasonable concerns. And MLK won by moderately capitulating to the most pronounced of those concerns, you know? Yeah. I'm sure. What if she's lining up for a Fox News grift tour? No, I've got worse news for you. She's just the median Democrat. Didn't MLK also call the white liberal fickle too? Buddy, MLK fucking hated the white liberal, the white moderate. He was inventing new slurs for them. They were far more hateful than anything MLK Jr. had ever been called in his life, and they earned it. Yes, sir. The comment section under the video was insufferable. You can't have absolutism on the left or right without authoritarianism. Yep, seems like it. Hello, I have a very high IQ. My opinion is, when the left gets mad at me for being bigoted, I say that the real authoritarianism is when they say they don't like it, that I think trans women should not use the same bathrooms as cis women. I'm very smart. Please give me a Substack and like a podcast, you know, and like a Patreon. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in his stride towards freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klanner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice. Yeah. Never let them sanitize MLK. Never let them get away with MLK was the liberal and Malcolm X was the socialist. They were both socialists. They had different approaches, certainly. All right, dial it down, people. We could hear that neck crack? Okay, so could I. You think you're special? Oh, you know my address? Well, I do too, dumb fuck. What now? All right. Guys, I've got good news. I know a lot of you were really concerned about this the other day, but I've got good news, okay? Top minds are on it. White House monitoring possible Iranian sleeper cells.
Immigration enforcement can decrease the likelihood of a terrorist attack.
Why am I looking at this inbred thing? Sorry, my anti-Southern, my Yankee bias is coming out. I hate him. I hate looking at him and hearing him.
Back in the U.S., it's just one of many reasons it makes sense to
Why do you look and sound like this?
know who's coming into the country and why. But for 4 years, the U.S. was flying.
A more thorough reconstruction could have spared the world the presence of this phenotype.
Blind. How vigilant should Americans be stateside, and whose job is it to make sure terror cells do not emerge or activate here? We're joined by former Secretary of Homeland Security Chad Wolf and former undercover CIA officer and Congressman Will Hurd. Welcome to you both, gentlemen. Mr. Secretary, what should Americans expect in the days and weeks to come? What are DHS and the Bureau looking for stateside in terms of something nefarious happening here?
Well, sure. Look, the Department of Homeland Security, along with FBI and the intelligence agencies, are looking.
This guy does look like a secret agent, by the way. He's actually got that look. That's crazy. I don't know why he has like a VHS film grain with like 1980s like green screened background. Look, I actually am kind of digging like what they're going for with this one. He does look a bit like DeSantis, but you see what I mean with like the grain filter and the like aura. You get it.
For any credible threats, any credible information that says something is going to occur here in the homeland. Absent that, and DHS has just issued an advisory today saying there is no credible information or threat, but we need to be aware that Iran can obviously strike back. I think the most logical aspect for them to do that is in a cybersecurity attack of some kind. It seems to be not as direct. They often hide behind different threat actors in doing that.
Well, that's fucking boring. Iranian sleeper cells have entered the country. What are they going to do? Oh, they're going to do what they could have done from Iran. They're going to hack. Okay. AP News reporting Trump says Israel and Iran agree to a ceasefire. Who cares? What ceasefire? We bombed them. What ceasefire? What does that mean? What is it like the ceasefire that Israel's had in Gaza or with Hezbollah, where they immediately ignored it? No. Who cares?
And we saw this in 2020 with the death of General Soleimani. So I think that's probably the most logical. There are cells here in the United States, such as Hezbollah and others, that they certainly could activate. I think that's going to be a little bit more aggressive if they want to.
Dude, okay, sorry. The Charlie Kirk fucking cock-throating here. Jesus Christ. Huge breaking. A complete ceasefire has been agreed to by Israel and Iran beginning in approximately 6 hours in what history may very well refer to as the 12-day war. Oh, okay, he's quoting Trump here. Okay, an official end to the 12-day war will be saluted by the world. No gag reflex. Yeah, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. From now on, by the way, you can expect to hear this from MAGAites. You can hear the Trump put an immediate end to the 12-day war with his with his diplomatic skill. Or, of course, like an Israeli official is going to trip and stub their toe and, you know, fire missiles at Tehran again, and they're going to say that Iran broke the ceasefire. The 12-day war. It's nothing. It's political theater meant to distract simpletons. Pay it no mind.
De-escalate, then you're likely to see some type of cyber attack.
Will, I want you to put on your CIA hat for a second, even though we served together and it's wonderful to see you again. Can you harmonize the seemingly disparate statements about Iran's nuclear capacity? Was the country close to a nuclear weapon or close to being close? And did it even matter?
Trey, my mother-in-law always reminds me that the Iranian government has been trying to kill or kidnap Americans since 1979. They've killed over 1,000 Americans in that time. In the last 2 years, they've conducted over 200 attacks on ships in and around the area.
Okay, we're not getting anything about sleeper cells from this one, I'm afraid. MSNBC?
I want to bring in NBC's Courtney Kuby covering the Pentagon. General,
what the fuck is this guy? They're inventing new guys. This guy looks like the fucking dragon underboss in a Bond film from the 80s. What the fuck is this guy?
Leslie Clark is a former NATO Supreme Allied Commander. Andrew Boreen is former senior officer with the DNI and an executive director at Flashpoint. So, Courtney, tell us about your reporting on these threats to the U.S. homeland.
Yeah, so we've learned, according to our colleagues Carol Lee and Monica Alba and I, our sources, telling us that recently Iran sent a message directly to President Donald Trump, warning him that if he were to engage in U.S. military strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities, that Iran has
I want to see him talk.
First off, when we think about Iranian-aligned militia groups,
I was really hoping he'd have like a squeaky voice. Dude, you're huge. You're like busting out of your suit. You got to resize everything, frankly. Jesus.
Largely, for the last 40 years, been supported through the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps and Al-Quds Force. Now, in terms of capabilities, two of the very senior-most Iranian leaders that had been pushing, for instance, tactics, techniques, and materials into some of the networks that were killing U.S. troops in Iraq with IEDs and some of the more sophisticated penetration charges have been taken off the battlefield as the Iranian regime and the IRGC and Quds Force leadership is taken off the battlefield. And that, I think, is a real concern.
So, General, what do you make of that? I want to look at the big picture and in country as well as out of country. But what about that idea of, for lack of a better term, what we used to call a lone wolf for self-activating? What do you see as the threat level there? And what's your level of concern for American forces throughout the region?
Well, here at home, I think there are sleeper cells. I think they could self-activate. I think they could do individual acts of murder against officials if they could identify those officials and get to them. They might go after sensitive infrastructure like the electricity grid. And you don't have to do it with cyber. You could do it with, let's say, explosives. So that would be one effort that they could make. Is it going to be significant?
This Drek is on MSNBC, by the way. Like, on MSNBC, they're having people come in here after, with no provocation, the United States and Israel bombing Iran, to go on and talk about how, well, yeah, they could have, like, deep sleeper agents activated with a single code word. Manchurian candidates programmed to take out the opposition with an activation phrase.
Significant, doubtless. It will be enraging the American people if it happens. It's the best way Iran could ensure a really dramatic strike by the United States that would enable the United States to really go after the regime rather than the nuclear. So I put that as low probability. I say the greatest probability is some of the militia, not Hezbollah, with a few rockets, and then ground attacks going after isolated American outposts, Jordan, Iraq, Syria, that area as a...
So he doesn't even think there's going to be sleeper cell attacks. Okay. No one's committing to their fucking position. Boring. Boring, 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 boring. Commit to the bit, man. It's all bullshit. Yeah, it's all meant to, like, distract you from the fact that we just like objectively instigated this with no provocation at all. Someone in chat earlier said apparently Iran has said that they haven't even received like a ceasefire offer. Like, why would we ever infer anything from a Trump tweet? Like, why would we ever assume that means anything? It never does. An Israeli ceasefire, what is that? Like a Chinese final warning? It means nothing. It's completely meaningless. You know the thing where, like, we keep mimicking the past, but like a transparent copy of it, a shadow? It's happening again. Because now, rather than using a war to prop up this failing regime, what we're instead going to get is like the puppet theater of us pretending to have a war, where every, like, month we'll strike Iran for no reason, and then Iran will go, the red flag of revenge has been raised, you will die soon, and then they'll fire 6 bottle rockets at an airbase 20 miles away, and then we'll, like, do a media cycle about that. Trump gets to tweet about how he'll bring this conflict to an end immediately, and the Islamists had better, you know, fucking hold themselves up right now, or it's going to be trouble next time, and then we just keep it going forever and ever and ever. The MAGA grifters will keep cycling between, you know, yeah, Donald Trump is the warrior who will never bring us into the Middle East again. He's the one who's going to break the cycle of American interventionism, into we bombed Iran, war for Israel, into we support a regime change. It's finally time for the Ayatollah to be taken down. We need to put a new Shah in. Into Donald Trump has called for peace. We support Donald Trump, the great peacemaker. Give it another week or so. Donald Trump would never engage in the Middle East. Forever and ever and ever. Yeah. But we're not even doing a war. Yeah, it's so unserious. It's fucking embarrassing. It's embarrassing to even like cover it.
Let me bring in MSNBC military analyst, retired Colonel Jack Jacobs. Jack, this was the question. What would Iran consider to retaliate for the massive attack that was launched by and unprecedented attack launched by the U.S.? Again, we're getting this from Iranian state TV, but we have 3 new pieces of information that I want to get your reaction to. One is this attack. The second is that sirens are sounding not just at that base, but in Bahrain and Kuwait as well. And you have the president, defense secretary, and other key members of the administration in the Situation Room.
Well, the report was that there were half a dozen missiles, and we don't know how accurate that is. But clearly, if you wanted an off-ramp, to use the old trite expression, and you were Iran, you'd fire a bunch of missiles and be done with it. And hope that that was going to be the end of it. But it doesn't seem like that's the case. One report was that they were headed towards the airbase, our airbase in Qatar, where, by the way, we have 10,000 troops.
This shit is boring. Give me
President
something.
Trump has just weighed in on Iran's attempt at retaliation
Give me anything.
for U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities this past weekend. Trump, writing on Truth Social, quote, Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response. They've gotten it all out of their system, and there will hopefully be no further hate. I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible.
Chance of a sleeper cell false flag. What's the point of a false flag when everyone's so retarded it doesn't matter if you even manufacture consent? Like, Chomsky couldn't have conceived of this. A reality in which the ruling class doesn't even need to manufacture consent because everyone's so fucking stupid. Seriously, like, God, people used to manufacturing retardation, unironically.
Possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region.
Like, what is this? Thank you, Iran, for giving us notice they're going to fire some missiles at our nearby bases, making it possible for no lives to be lost, nobody to be injured. Why is he saying this? Why is he thanking Iran for firing rockets at our bases? Wouldn't it make more sense for him to say, thanks to advance planning and careful like defensive orders, no lives were lost, no injuries were suffered? Why is he acknowledging the fact that it's all theater? It doesn't matter.
And I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Now, here's a look at Iran's response that Trump is now referring to as weak. Iran earlier today launching short and medium-range ballistic missiles toward a heavily fortified U.S. base in Qatar. U.S. officials say there are no reports of injuries or casualties among American troops or Qatari citizens. Now, this could be in part because of what President Trump pointed out in his post. Iran actually gave Qatar advance notice before the strikes. A source tells CNN this was intended to minimize casualties and preserve an off-ramp for the conflict. While Iran's thwarted attack today may have been on the lighter end of their retaliatory options.
How was it thwarted? How is it It's not thwarted. They gave it warning in advance. It's not thwarted. They gave the warning.
A new bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security warns Iran could try to target U.S. government officials if Iranian leaders believe the, quote, stability or survivability of their regime is at risk. This all follows new Israeli strikes on Iran today aimed at the notorious Evin prison in Tehran, known for housing.
All the missiles were intercepted? But the point was they warned in advance. Like, the point was this was the lowest possible bar for Iran to meet to continue to showboat for the benefit of their Islamist militias. You know? Like, it's not really thwarted. Like, that's kind of the point a little bit.
Political prisoners in Iran's military headquarters. CNN has this covered from every single angle. Fred Pleitgen in Iran, Aaron Burnett in the United Arab Emirates, Jeremy Diamond in Tel Aviv, Israel, and Jeff Zeleny at the White House in Washington, D.C. We want to start things off with CNN's Fred Pleitgen, who is in Tehran, Iran. Fred, what are you seeing on the ground there today, and what are you hearing from Iranian officials about what may come next?
Cool.
Hi there, Phil. Well, first of all, as far as this retaliation is concerned, a couple of hours ago, the Iranians came out with statements saying that they had, in fact, launched a barrage of missiles towards the Al Udeid air base, run, of course, by the United States in Qatar. They said, and this came from a statement from Iran's Supreme National Security Council, that the amount of missiles fired by...
Nice.
towards their facilities by the United States, obviously indicating that this could very well have been a tit-for-tat response by the Iranians. The Iranians are calling this a decisive response, a robust response, and they also say that it was successful. The Iranian state media, Phil, is saying that 6 of the missiles came through and hit their target. Obviously impossible for us to independently verify that. And there were actually celebrations in the streets here in Tehran following that attack by the Iranians. And as far as today is concerned, we did see a lot of anti-aircraft fire coming here over the skies of Tehran this evening. Also, of course, preceding that were those Israeli airstrikes that you were talking about. Some of those airstrikes actually very close to our location. Earlier today, we heard...
Fred Pleitgen, one of the few Western journalists in Tehran, having some issues there with his sound. We are going to keep in touch with him throughout the course of the show. Fred, thank you. Stay safe. I want to turn now to CNN anchor Aaron Burnett, who is also in the region. She's in the United Arab Emirates, near the Strait of Hormuz, a key strategic waterway in the Middle East. Aaron, Iran's attack today is only putting this entire region more on edge, it seems.
Yeah, more on edge. And of course, there's so much concern. I mean, if you look at between the airbase here in the United Arab Emirates and obviously the massive naval presence here by the U.S. Navy, as well as in Bahrain, where the Fifth Fleet is, and in Qatar, where you saw those strikes from Iran today.
Iranian sources confirm that ceasefire with Israel has been agreed, according to one source. The reason I don't care about the ceasefire is like, ceasefire to what? We bombed and missile struck them. We did it. Ceasefire to what? We struck apartment buildings in Tehran and dropped massive bunker buster bombs on their nuclear facilities. And in return, they warned us they were going to fire some ballistic missiles at our bases, like basically all of which got intercepted anyway. This is with Israel, not the U.S.? I don't understand your statement. Israel is the U.S. It doesn't mean anything. None of this means anything.
You have up to 30,000 troops just here in the Gulf, where we're talking about right now, on high alert tonight, Phil. Concern about what could happen. There had been a shelter-in-place order that had been issued by the U.S. Embassy in Qatar for American citizens when those missiles started coming in, short and long ranges. Fred was just describing from Iran. You saw a panic even at a mall and a region very much on edge. Also concern that the threat to Americans, while most specific on U.S. bases and military installations here in the Gulf and across the Middle East, also extends to Americans, whether that be in the form of terror attacks.
Out of curiosity, do you think CNN played any videos of like civilians who had been blasted to bits by the Israeli strikes in Tehran? Or just like some Qatari rich fucks like freaking out at a mall that didn't get striked?
Or lone wolf attacks, or some sort of bombing attacks. Those are the real concerns and questions among American intelligence, and also from sources saying what they are most worried about. But the airspace here, just to give you a sense of how dynamic the situation is, Phil, briefly when those missiles were coming in, we had people coming in from London. All of a sudden you see airspace closed, people unable to get into the United Arab Emirates, temporary pauses and closures and reroutes. Airlines like Air France have changed their service and started to cut back service altogether to the UAE, just to give you a sense, and to Saudi Arabia.
Trump just announced ceasefire between Israel and Iran. I know, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. Weren't all of the MAGites fucking screaming about regime change a second ago? Is that done now? Oh my God, they've got J.D. Vance on. Aren't you supposed to be the vice president?
With Iran in the Middle East, and some breaking news coming just now. Joining us this evening, Vice President J.D. Vance. Mr. Vice President, thanks for coming.
Absolutely, thank you.
Just seconds ago, the president went to Truth Social and typed this. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire. Complete and total ceasefire is what he typed.
Yep.
What does that mean? How did it come about? What's the development here?
Well, we were actually working on that just as I left the White House to come over here. So that's good news that the president was able to get that across the finish line. I think what it means, Brett, is quite simple. First of all, the president, without, knock on wood, having a single American casualty, obliterated the Iranian nuclear program. We are now in a place where we weren't a week ago. A week ago, Iran was very close to having a nuclear weapon. Now, Iran is incapable of building a nuclear weapon with the equipment they have because we destroyed it. So that's a very, very big thing. Now, what that means, I think, is we have to talk to Iran and, of course, to Israel about what the future holds. Because while we have obliterated the Iranian nuclear program, our hope and our expectation is that they're not going to try to rebuild that program. And I think that's what the president is really trying to figure out here, is to build a long-term settlement here to where we can have peace in the region, where our regional allies and, of course, the American people, most importantly, can be secured, but where we can ensure that the destruction of the Iranian nuclear program that has already happened is not something they try to rebuild.
I want to get to the obliterated part in just a minute, but
I feel like the odds are very, very good, by the way, that we did basically no damage to that program.
I just want to read this fully so I get the context here. Congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point, the ceasefire for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire, and upon the 24th hour, an official end to the 12-day war will be saluted.
Why is Iran starting the ceasefire before Israel? So Israel can get a few more shots in?
By the world. During each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful on the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will. I would like to congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't. And
Jesus Christ! Bombs Iran. Bombs Iran. We're going to not bomb you anymore. We have prevented this war, which might have gone on for many years, from continuing past even its 12th day. Oh my God. He just wants, like, to call himself the ender of the 12-day war. It's never ending, dude. The cycle is never ending. I can't imagine. Can you imagine being a regular conservative and just having to, like, keep up with these talking points? Yeah, Trump doesn't want war in the Middle East. Yeah, Trump started war in the Middle East. We should institute regime change. Trump has brought peace to the Middle East. Well, like, just nonstop. It's crazy.
Never will. God bless Israel. God bless Iran. God bless Iran. God bless the Middle East. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the world. He seems confident that this is all coming together.
That's right.
And when you left the White House, were you thinking this was all gelling here?
When I left the White House, I thought that we might be able to get it across the finish line before this broadcast, and it looks like the president has been able to do that. I mean, look, he's been working the phones constantly. Frankly, before the 12-day war started, but certainly over the past 12 days, the president's been extremely clear about America's national objective here. It is to create a world where Iran cannot build a nuclear weapon. We, of course, destroyed the nuclear program that they had, and the president told the entire team, we're going to work to make sure that they don't try to rebuild that nuclear capability in the future. And it's, look, this is a great thing. For Israel, think about this. They've accomplished an important military objective. They've helped us destroy the Iranian nuclear program. They've also destroyed the conventional missile capability of Iran that threatened the country of Israel. For the Iranians,
what? In one bombing run? In one bombing run, in one night, we destroyed not only their entire nuclear program, but also all of the missile silos they have stationed across the entirety of the country that's larger than Texas? That's crazy. No, he said Israel. Israel has also not done that.
This is a new opportunity to actually pursue the path of peace. As I said yesterday, what the Iranians have showed through their support of terror networks, through their now failed effort to build a nuclear weapon, is that they're just not very good at war. And I think the president really hit the reset button and said, look, let's actually produce long-term peace for the region. That's always been his goal. I actually think when we look back, we will say the 12-day war was an important reset moment for the entire region.
Would you be surprised if Iran is sending out signals that it doesn't have a specific ceasefire plan? How would the communication have been with the Iranians to get this level of confidence to put out that detailed statement?
Well, one of the things I've learned, Brett, about the Iranians in the past, 4 or 5 months that I've been in this job.
He just tweeted it. He just tweeted it.
Is what they say publicly and privately can sometimes be very different. I think what the Iranians have shown very clearly is they don't want this war to go on for much longer. Their air defenses have been totally destroyed. Their conventional missile program has been largely destroyed. And of course, their nuclear program has been obliterated, as I said before. So I think the Iranians are at a place where they don't want to keep on fighting. You saw the president, and I don't have the truth in front of me, but he talked about the next 6 hours, finalizing the attacks. I mean, I think what he's talking about is right now, for the American people watching, it's dark over there. That's typically when the Israelis and the Iranians have been shooting at each other. I think there's some recognition that that might continue for another few hours, and tomorrow really is a new day. The end of the 12-day war, the end of the Iranian nuclear program, and I really do believe...
I really feel like they came up with this title first. You know what I mean? They really came up with this title first. Who negotiates a ceasefire where you get a little extra window at the end? They were just like, no, we want it to be 12 days. So just, yeah, you have like a little extra window at the end there. So what do you think the rhetoric's going to be when inevitably we have to go bomb Iran some more, or Israel does? Like, what are they going to say? Like, Iran violated the ceasefire? Are they going to say Iran still has the nuclear program? Iran betrayed us. It turns out that somehow their nuclear program was not completely annihilated by one bombing run.
Of something very big for peace in the Middle East.
So you said totally obliterated. The president has said totally obliterated the Iran nuclear program.
Yeah.
Do you know for sure where all the highly enriched uranium is?
Well, Brett, I think that's actually not the question.
Brett, I will kill you. You can't ask me for evidence of any of the claims I've made. You know that's not how this works. That's not... So my continuous claims that the reason this war is ending is because we've accomplished the goal of destroying their nuclear program, that whether or not we've destroyed their nuclear program is not germane to the point here. The point is that it's called the 12-day war, and Trump ended it.
Before us, the question before us is, can Iran enrich the uranium to a weapons-grade level, and can they convert that fuel to a nuclear weapon? And we know, based on the success of our mission, of course, the leadership of the president, but the incredible skill of our military, that the two mission objectives are completely successful. We know that they cannot build a nuclear weapon. Now, you asked about...
I really want him to ask, like, how do you know that the bombing runs destroyed the enrichment, the refinement facilities in the base? You know, I would love for him, because he's probably not going to ask this.
About the highly enriched uranium.
Yeah, like 900 pounds of it.
But what we know, Brett, is that uranium is something that exists in very large supply. Our goal was to bury the uranium, and I do think the uranium is buried, but our goal was to eliminate the enrichment.
Uranium may exist in high supply, but enriched uranium doesn't exist at all in the natural world. What? If they have uranium that's been enriched to like 50 or 70% or something, that is not at all, like, that's very dangerous. That listen, their weapons grade uranium, it could be anywhere, nobody knows, but there's uranium literally under the ground. It's like a rock or something.
And eliminate their ability to convert that enriched fuel into a nuclear weapon. I think this is an important point, Brett, because so many of the folks who have focused on the highly enriched uranium,
60%.
The main focus, Brett, has been to destroy their enrichment capacity.
But 60% uranium could still be used to make a dirty bomb. Like, I like how J.D. Vance could have just lied and said, like, I guarantee we've destroyed all of their enriched uranium or whatever, because he chose not to for some reason. So now he has to argue that the somehow the total eradication of the Iranian nuclear program doesn't have to include the destruction of their highly enriched uranium.
Because we don't want that 60% uranium to become 90% uranium. That's the real concern, and that's what was so successful about our mission.
So after all this, if the Iranian government survives as is, what's to stop it from rebuilding over time if they, in fact, moved the 60% highly enriched uranium? You know, that's the concern.
No, the big concern, Brett, and this is, again, what we destroyed, is their ability to enrich uranium. If they have 60% enriched uranium, but they don't have the ability to enrich it to 90%, and further, they don't have the ability to convert that to a nuclear weapon, that is mission success. That is...
No! 900 pounds of 60% enriched uranium is not at all insignificant. That's like a good base to build off of. This is giving mission accomplished vibes. Yeah.
Is the obliteration of their nuclear program, which is why the president, I think, rightly is using that term. But here's the question. If Iran is desperate to build a nuclear weapon in the future, then they're going to have to deal with a very, very powerful American military again. Our hope is that
So that's what's going to happen in like a week or something.
Lesson that the Iranians have learned here is, look, we can fly a bunker buster bomb from Missouri to Iran completely undetected without landing once on the ground, and we can destroy whatever nuclear capacity you build up. I think that lesson...
Wow, that's crazy, dude. You're telling me that America has the most advanced Air Force in the world? That's crazy. I bet they didn't know that before. Dude, the American dick waving goes so much softer when it's being done by people like this. It's so cool when you're looking at the stats and you're like, damn, we built that? And then watching J.D. Vance, his little throat waddling, go like, yeah, now the Iranian people, now they know we build a big plane and we can drop it on them. It's like, damn, way to make fucking being a military superpower sound uncool.
Is what's going to teach them not to rebuild their nuclear capacity.
Yesterday, were you speaking on the president's behalf when you said he was not interested in regime change?
Well, Brett, what I've said is the American military, that is not our mission as regime change. Our mission was to destroy the nuclear facilities and the nuclear program of Iran, which we, of course, did. I think what the president's also said is that the Iranian people want to make a decision about regime change. That's between the Iranian people and the regime.
Do you think they're still going to be like this when our planet is stricken by climate change and people are like fighting each other for scraps? Like people are still going to be tuning into the radio and hearing like, hold on, word from the White House, the goal that we set in the past is no longer the goal that we had. We have a different goal now, a lower goal, and we accomplished it. And they're still going to be going, yes! We're going to have to deal with this our entire fucking lives.
Of course, we support freedom fighters all around the world, but our mission was to destroy the nuclear facilities, and that's what we did.
So you don't think there's any mixed message when he goes to Truth Social and says it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? Miga.
Well, I think
in less than 24 hours, he followed this up with God bless Iran and thank you, Iran, for warning us about the missiles before shooting them at us. Incredible stuff, really.
What the president is saying very clearly, Brett, is if the Iranian people want to do something about their own leadership, that's up to the Iranian people. What the American national security interest here is very simple. It's to destroy the nuclear program. That's what we've done. And now that the 12-day war appears to be effectively over...
Just Canada. God, I hope that doesn't become its name in Wikipedia. Please don't call it the 12-day war just because the president and the vice president are calling it a 12-day war. Don't give it that. It wasn't a fucking war. That's not how wars work.
We have an opportunity, I think, to restart a real peace process. And Brett, this is not just about two countries, Iran and Israel. All of these Gulf Arab states, they want peace. They want to invest. They want to build artificial intelligence hardware. They want to sort of come into the new economy. And that was impossible when you had Iran that was, as the president said, acting like a bully across the Middle East. We really think that
It's just unreality. Like it's designed to make you feel absolutely insane all the time. The idea that any country other than Israel is being the bully, when Israel's bombed like fucking 5 countries in the past year.
That if the Iranians are smart about the path forward, this could be a new dawn of an economic age of prosperity, of course, for our Gulf Arab allies, for us, for the Israelis, for everybody. But it's going to require the Iranians play it smart from here.
The president called it very weak, the Iran missile firing on the U.S. base in Qatar, Al Udeid. Was it a face-saving move? How do you get from that, firing missiles at a U.S. base, to a ceasefire, as he details in this Truth Social?
Well, as the president said, they actually gave us some warning here. And we think they gave us some warning because they didn't want to kill Americans and they didn't want to escalate. There's definitely some symbolism to this, Brett. If you look at the Iranian attack, it was 14 missiles that they telegraphed ahead of time. We dropped 14 bunker buster bombs. As the president told me earlier, our missiles, our bombs were a little bit bigger than their bombs.
It's already on the wiki. The Iran-Israel War, also known as the 12-Day War, is an ongoing armed conflict between Iran and Israel. Okay. They might have to change the name, though, when it goes on for more than 12 days, right? Like, again, this is an Israeli ceasefire. Okay?
Our bombs actually accomplished the goal of eliminating their nuclear program. But look, we're happy, again, to restart the peace process as the president just did today.
It's so transparent how much they're trying to, like, bread and circus us with this one. The fact that they sent the vice president to appear on Fox News Live as Trump tweeted out the ceasefire. Like, the idea, it's so weird. It's extremely weird for the vice president to be there as the ceasefire announcement comes out to immediately begin describing how everything was done flawlessly, etc., etc. But, you know. Cheney was pretty sure. Yeah, but it's a tweet! It's not even anything. It's nothing. It's all ephemeral. There's not even a war. It's just missiles getting fired at Tehran. That's not a war. A war is when you move equipment and people between countries. Now a war is just, well, every once in a while we fucking... Jesus. This is a kerfuffle. Exactly. Make war great again? No, unironically, deploy the IDF into the mountains around Tehran. Do it. Netanyahu, do it. Fucking do it, okay? The American military-industrial complex calls upon you. Do it. Send them in, all right? I want those motherfuckers getting trench foot and exposure.
Message delivered directly to the U.S. or through an emissary?
Make war great again, but I'm not thinking World War II. I'm thinking those, like, late 19th century wars where you look at the casualties. They're all in the 6 or 7 digits, and 95% of people died of famine, exposure, trench foot, or, like, gangrene or something, you know? Yeah.
The message is always delivered through some sort of intermediary.
I think Israel likes war when it's just them firing rockets we gave them for free at other people. I think they like war on those terms. And you hear about IDF soldiers coming home and crying about the PTSD they developed shooting children in the head. I think that maybe they would calm down a little bit if they were experienced war on a different set of terms. There's literally a vertical video of you on a hike calling it a war. I don't remember that.
That's been consistently true of the Iranians. Of course, we'd love to talk to them. The president's been clear about this. We'd love to have a direct conversation about how we move this thing forward because, again, we got to step back here. Why did the president do what he did over the past week? It's so that we could destroy their nuclear program. If they try to rebuild it, they're going to be on the wrong end of American power once again. We don't want that. I think they don't want that, but the ball's in their hands.
You've been reluctant or at least cautious about getting engaged previously, and that has been public. What made you sign on to this action this time?
Well, I think the president has been very clear, and I've always agreed with the president that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. And you try to run the diplomatic process as much as you possibly can. When the president decided that wasn't going to work, he took the action that he had to take. Now we're in a new phase. That action was successful. We had a wildly successful military operation to take out their nuclear program. Now let's go on to the next phase. And I think the president, look, sometimes he's willing to use peace. Sometimes he's willing to use the military. I think it really depends on what the Iranians do from here.
And what do you think they do from here?
Well, it's an open question, Brett. I don't want to predict what the other side will do, but I think that I know what we'll do. If
this shit's going to just keep on going. Remember, the whole point of this from Israel's camp was to prolong Netanyahu's war cabinet because he needs like a constant ongoing conflict to justify his extremely unpopular presidency. There is no fucking way it stops, because then what is he supposed to do?
Continue to pursue a nuclear weapon, and I hope they don't choose that path, because I know the president wants to see the Middle East become peaceful and prosperous in the future. That's not going to happen if Iran pursues a nuclear weapon again.
And for the people, so we talked about the people who believe that this is going towards World War III, especially in your own party. There's a section that's very vocal. There's another section that says...
Yeah, it's called the section that voted for Trump. Trump was very, very loud about no more interventionism, no more foreign wars, I'm going to stop them. He was pretty loud about it. The section you're referring to is his main constituency.
You should take out this regime because it's evil and horrible and has done horrible things for decades. How do you square those two sides? And can this regime stay in place and still have a peaceful, reaction relationship with the U.S.?
Well, I think the president has squared those two sides quite well. One, because he's the leader of the movement, and a lot of people trust the president, as they should. They recognize they're not seeing the same intelligence. They're not seeing the same classified documents. They trust the president to do a good job. But importantly, Brett, I think he's threatened...
Donald Trump is not looking at any classified documents. He's getting phone calls from Netanyahu. We know he can't read. Again, not a joke. Every time I repeat it, somebody who's watching hears it for the first time. Donald Trump is so opposed to getting his intel briefings that they have tried to make them shorter, include his name more often, include photos, and at one point, an exasperated, not Nikki Haley, who am I thinking of? Tulsi Gabbard suggested him being presented his intel briefings via Fox News hosts. Like, they would bring Fox News hosts in and record a Fox News segment that he could watch where they would relay to him the information in his top secret intel briefings. That is not a bit.
The needle quite well here. We had a very particular objective. It was profound and difficult to accomplish.
Do you think
the elimination of the Iranian nuclear program, and I think the president successfully did that. You're asking, were the Iranians close to a nuclear weapon? Brett, they were very close to a nuclear weapon. And what I'd encourage my fellow Americans to think about here is that
not a position held by American intelligence, by the way, rather a position asserted by the president after he went to Camp David, talked to a bunch of deep state ghouls and Netanyahu.
The Iranians were quite close to achieving a nuclear weapon. Now they cannot build a nuclear weapon. That is the biggest testament to the president's leadership and to the success of our mission. In 1 week, without, thank God so far, not losing a single American casualty, we have taken what was a threatening nuclear program that could have destabilized the entire world. Now that program is gone. We did it through effective presidential leadership and also some very, very competent work from our troops.
How often does it happen where you're going to do an interview and you get a Truth Social seconds before? You have some sense.
Yeah, what a remarkable coincidence. You're right. What an astonishing happenstance. That's crazy that happened like that.
But it's pretty detailed, where you are being asked about something the president has just put out.
In this administration, Brett, it happens quite a bit, actually, but we knew this was coming. The draft, it was interesting.
I know you're going to yell at me for this, but Israel's carrying out more strikes and issuing new evac orders for Tehran. Well, don't worry. The ceasefire doesn't kick in for a little bit. I'm sure Israel will respect it once the time hits, though.
I just read the draft about 2 minutes before we went on the air. It was a little bit different from what the president had showed me a couple of hours ago. But again, I knew that he was working the phones as I was on the way over here. So I knew exactly what we were going to do. And look, I love that about this presidency and this administration is he's always working. He doesn't say, you know, the vice president's going to do an interview, so I'm going to stop doing anything. He says, you know, we're going to do the American people's business. The vice president knows what I'm trying to accomplish. And if I get it done, great, because we're going to talk about it and celebrate it, because it is a thing to celebrate. I can't emphasize this enough, Brett. We have destroyed the Iranian nuclear program. 0 Americans have died. That's an amazing, amazing thing. All
right, well, mark it here, okay? We'll see how many days or weeks it is before we go after that completely annihilated nuclear program again. I really wish this interviewer would ask what evidence they have it's been annihilated, but I know he can't, or J.D. Vance would have him, like, you know, shot.
Americans, whether Democrats or Republicans, we should be celebrating that.
Mr. Vice President, we appreciate you coming and rolling with the punches as well. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, Brett. Good to see you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews.
No. Russian official hints at supplying Iran with nuclear weapons. Trump hints at regime change in Iran as U.S. braces for retaliation. Iran moves to close Strait of Hormuz. Iranians wave down with USA flags in streets of Tehran. They got a good point on that one. They got a good point on that one. Fuck. I have to go soon. I have stuff that I need to do. We're going to start stream very early tomorrow because it's going to be a long one. We're going to be covering the election. Oh boy. Oh man. You know what happens if it goes poorly. What time are you starting? Well, unfortunately, the East Coast is ahead of me on time. So we're probably not going to get any meaningful numbers in until 10 or 11 ET, I imagine. I don't know when they usually start. For the New York City primary results aren't being shared until July 1st. Wait, really? Well, we're going to have exit polls. Unsure. Live results, New York City mayor's race, Democratic primary. Well, they wouldn't provide sites like this if we don't get any information before the 1st. When do we know the result from the primary last time? The first time it was certified nearly a month after the election? Oh. That fucking sucks. Weekly reports as elimination rounds are conducted. God damn it, dude. I forgot about all this shit. Can't you just run it through a computer? Can someone explain the point of ranked choice voting when we can't do, if we can't do instant runoff tabulation? Yeah, you have all the numbers there. They have to recount every time. Yeah, but a computer could do it very easily. Whatever. That's my fault for not checking. Nonetheless, we can still get a lot of information from exit polling. We'll see. We're also going to be interested in stuff like voter turnout in different boroughs, you know? Yeah. Exit poll drop at around noon EST. Then that's when we'll start. We'll start at 9 a.m. PT tomorrow. We'll call that our starting point. Are they really going to have that much info? You can get a lot. You can get a surprising amount. Presumably. Anyway, everyone, sorry for the weirdly timed stream. Also, I haven't been streaming much lately. It's because I hate you. To everyone who tipped, I'll have to read those tomorrow, but I have to go. Take care. Oh, I don't know, Miss Genderlyn. Take care. I'll see you guys soon. All right? Drink lots of water. I know it's hot out there.